I am calling to order this Board of Selectmen special meeting for Wednesday, August 26th. It is 5:01. And first item on our agenda is executive session for the OCA and Fountain Street lawsuit update with information pertaining to that on the agenda. I will ask for this executive session that our chair of our TPZ, Jeff Kennedy, our attorneys, Peter Nolan, Robert Taylor, and Tom Gerard, our town council, Nick Beaumonte, as well as Scott Roberts, our administrative officer, and Tony will not be here. And I think that will be it, to remain here for our executive session, and ask that everyone else, that all monitoring be turned off, and that anyone else step out for the duration of our executive session.
We need a motion to invite Jeff to join us.
I'd like, we need a motion to invite all of those who are not part of the board to join us, so please.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor? All right, we will now move into executive session. Out of executive session, there were no motions made, there were no votes taken. And we will resume with our agenda at this point in time. Our next item on our agenda is a first selectman remarks. I just wanted to alert the board that you will soon be receiving information in our packet for our next meeting related to transfer station fee increases. If you recall, when we did our budget, we were anticipating looking at our fee structure and adjusting it. That is part of the budget, so we do want to start work on that. And we have, our staff has done some work in regards to putting together some information for the board to consider. I've also received information on from the neighborhood around Acorn, from the neighbors around in the neighborhood of Acorn Field with regard to the field lighting, and as well as I've been approached by the Bethwood baseball group. They've both provided information, and they are asking that the board start to look at this. So that is another item that will be on our agenda going forward. Wanted to also let everyone know that been in conversations with the publisher of the Milford Orange Times, and after having done a communication survey in our town, specifically in terms of what people are looking for, one of the big items was that they were looking for more robust information. And what we were doing is, obviously we have a budget for our small newsletter that's mailed out to every resident. Felt very strongly that there are residents who don't do online searches and things of that nature, or check for information online. So we did want something mailed out. The Milford Orange Times has agreed that they will mail their paper to all Woodbridge residents, and they will start to include Woodbridge news in that publication. So we're kind of excited. I'm going to call it a trial to see exactly, because they're going to call it a trial to see. Obviously, they're looking for some advertisements and things of that nature. But we do feel it will be an opportunity for us to expand our communications to our public. I also wanted the Board of Finance has continued to look at the homestead exemption, and they will continue to look at that. But now they will also be considering any other types of tax relief programs. There's more to come on that from the Board of Finance as we move forward, but don't have anything definitive to report on that right now. And the normal monthly report, Tony's here now, as everyone sees. I've asked him to hold off on his normal monthly report so as to give us time to go over some of the financial information that we went forward with, when we will resume, obviously, our normal financial reports, the normal financial report as of September. And I also wanted to let everyone know that we recently hired Mike Siciliano as our new Public Works Director. If you have an opportunity to either call or run into Mike. Mike was a former Public Works Director in New Haven. So from our perspective, he comes with a significant amount of experience, and he's already shown to make an impact on that. I know everyone's already met Scott. I believe he was at a meeting already. But Kim Reel has also been hired as our Director of Senior Center Director to replace Christy. That's a new hire. And I don't know that everybody has been introduced to Aaliyah Edwards officially in her capacity as my executive assistant. So I just wanted to also acknowledge that. So with that, I will move on to our next agenda item and ask if Tony will
Certainly.
start us with our capital financial review.
Or funding request.
Oh, I'm sorry, funding request, excuse me. And I apologize. We made some changes into the agenda yesterday, but they were not filed with the town clerk. So the changes, and I appreciate some of the input that we received from our board members. Andrea, thank you. But the reason they're not reflected here is specifically because the town clerk just said we didn't have the time to do it. So thank you. So we'll start with the funding requests.
So there's funding request number is 2627-02, and this funding request is to transfer funds for the Community and Cultural Center project for 2 important change orders in order to get a CO for the facility. One change order, and you have that in your packet. One change order is for sprinkler heads and associated piping for the elevator shaft, and that's an add of $17,425. You can see the detail surrounding that change order. And the second change order is to build a wall under some new stairs as directed by the fire marshal. And that's for $7,327.33. So these came up in a review to get the certificate of occupancy, and those are the two adjustments that were required.
I'll make the motion to approve funding request 2627-02 for $24,754 for the funds for the Community and Cultural Center project.
Second.
What is the source of the funds?
The source of the funds is from the boiler replacement project that we're going to do as a separate project. We discussed this before on a couple other transfers.
So, I mean, this is money sitting there, or it's being money that's being redirected, and we may need that money for boilers?
It's because we have a capital project that we're working on for the police station, which the boiler is a part of. That money is not being used currently.
So the hope is that,
The hope is
whatever boiler needs will be subsumed into the larger.
Into the larger project, and I've been told that our boiler is not in immediate need of replacement, and so it could, survive another few winters.
I do have a couple of questions. One is, I read about the sprinkler system, and I'm wondering why our architect wasn't aware that this was going to be a problem. And I'm wondering whether we have to pay for them to have done all the paperwork, or whether that's on them under the contract, because that was their slip up. They apparently had, they had some kind of smoke detectors, but they didn't have sprinkler system heads in the elevator.
So we're not paying them for the paperwork related to this change order, if that's what
Okay.
you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, we are not.
But it does raise the issue about how do we do a better job in avoiding problems like this going forward with the construction projects, because it sounds to me pretty basic that if you have smoke detectors, then presumably you should have sprinkler system.
One would think so.
Yeah.
What we have done is obviously, as we've talked about in the past, we've got two new building officers who specifically review the materials prior to. When we get, for example, the plans and things of that nature, they're more familiar than obviously the staff might be in regards to reading those and understanding those. And also in terms of implementation, they're, one of them, Nigel really works more on what I'll refer to as pre-sale, and Dwight works more on the coordination after the project has been. So that's one of the ways in which we've done it. Understanding that, believe me, your concerns are shared by all.
I think we need to think about contract terms and architect's responsibility in particular for something like this.
We've had the conversation. We're looking at different options from that perspective in regards to what we put in our contracts, how we put it in, to try to protect the town in these types of situations going forward.
So also from the documentation, it seemed like whether or not there would be a storage area under the stairs was discretionary. How did that become something that the fire marshal said was something that was necessary?
In order to do a
How did that
storage
get
area
passed?
under the stairs, you would need a sprinkler, which is significantly more expensive than walling it.
No, it's not
Oh, I'm sorry.
We would, I asked that question, whether or not a sprinkler was present would not allow us to gain extra storage. It seems that the fire code would have required either a sprinkler or a wall from the start, so that's another, I'm not sure, again, whose onus that decision in the plans versus the execution was, as I wasn't on that building committee, but I did ask that question.
But
So
my-
I don't.
But my question is, I mean, do we need the storage? I mean, if
We can't
the
use that
plans,
storage.
if the plan, well, but my question is, if the plan went all the way through and nobody said, oh, we absolutely need to put storage there.
Right now, it
And we're
is.
facing a potentially very tight budget with potential price increases on oil. I don't know, Tony, where we are with whether we have an oil contract that'll get us through with these new oil prices for the entire year. And then we have snow issues.
We're locked in for gas and diesel, and we don't use oil, we use natural gas.
So are we locked, okay, so we're.
And we're locked in for that,
So
too.
we will be all right for that going forward. Okay, well, that's helpful. But I just didn't know if it was discretionary, whether we should be doing it at this
No,
stage.
it's from the fire marshal and our building inspector.
No, but only if you're gonna have storage there. But is it discretionary whether to have storage when nobody noticed that it was gonna be?
Right, so if what do you mean define storage? You mean sans the wall?
So,
Like, if I understand Amy correctly, is the wall necessary or the sprinkler? Only to make it a storage unit?
No. You
Okay.
need either or, and in both cases, you are not allowed to store anything under the stairs at all, per our fire marshal and building inspector. So being a storage area or section was never an option.
okay, that
Okay.
was not clear from the document.
Yeah, like I said,
That's
that's what I'm learning. I'm asking questions. We
So
travel
thank
to the CO, I'm going back into the building
So
project and
this
trying
is
to figure out,
another
so.
example of something that an architect
Yes.
should have been aware of and should have put in the original plans.
It
Yes.
is frustrating, as I'm sure everyone here would agree, that we're in this seat for another capital project with another thing that should have, could have been caught, that wasn't. Even with I'm not trying to throw it, I don't know, and it doesn't matter.
Well, no, I
but-
don't believe
well,
the
it does
building
matter to an
officers,
extent.
Nigel, I don't believe
They
you
weren't
guys
in
had
place.
formed that position at the time when this project
Was underway.
was undergoing
Yeah.
at the time. That was
That was
years later
It's
after the
as,
fact.
it's as a result of these types of issues that was put into play.
Okay.
It's a reaction to those types of concerns, to try to identify and implement expertise in areas where that might be lacking right now. We don't include project managers, construction project managers as part of our projects, unless it's a very large project. So as a result, these kinds of things can and do happen and have happened. So with the help of the building officers, I feel we will reduce, if not eliminate, a lot of these types of errors.
So I have one more question. I noticed that, Amika, the change orders are signed. Has the work already proceeded? Because there
The
were
work has
change
been
orders.
authorized. Work has been authorized. I'm not sure if it's proceeded or not. And the reason for that is that from one of the issues, I believe, was the septic, and the other issue, from a timing perspective, we needed to get these projects done in order to get a certificate of occupancy. And in terms of the dates associated with what we were doing.
So the septic
There's
was
nothing in here about septic.
No, I understand. The septic is brand new to the building as part of the renovation. However, somehow in its installation, there was a broken gasket that was installed, so it was under warranty and was replaced for free, but it did need that repair. That was one of the last projects in these three that needed to be complete in order for our building inspector and fire marshal to give us our certificate of occupancy so that we can start opening the building to the public. And so that was out in our 3-week or 4-week plan out with the company to wrap it up. And in order to get them to come out and fill the septic, they had to approve these projects.
So my question is, what is the authority of the first selectman prior to funding requests?
I'm not- I
and funding
don't know.
to have authorized this
That's
action?
not
We
my,
have,
what-
we have instances in the past
That's not
where
my-
in situations where there have been emergencies. For example, when we had an asbestos issue at the center building, where the need to spend the dollars is more immediate than what the
But here I understand the need was so that the facility could be used for meetings. It wasn't a health and safety issue such as
it was
asbestos.
so the building could be used at all.
I understand that, but
at
I
all.
mean, but there was no health and safety issue, so I would respectfully object to having it go forward prior to funding. We could have had a process that would have had funding in place before the actual work was done. I would accept, although I think we need to have a policy with a dollar limit for any emergency that's related to health and safety for funding requests, and I think that should go to the Board of Finance.
Duly
It's just
noted.
an
I
opportunity
appreciate
to
it.
learn and tighten things up.
Thank you very much.
So just to clarify, the wall is needed, not just to accommodate storage. Did you tell the CO this will be used
Or-
for storage? Like, storage has nothing to do with this,
Nothing.
really.
I
Okay.
promise, I've asked, so
I-
storage has nothing to do with
Nothing
this.
to do
I
with
have
this,
asked well, why do we need the wall or sprinkler? When storage came up, I said, so if we put the sprinklers up, then that means we could use it as storage. No, storage is never an option under these stairs. The fire marshal won't approve it.
Okay.
So we need one or the other.
Okay.
So which one is more cost effective
Yeah,
if
and
we
that's-
can't use it for storage anyway? And then the argument became, if we do put the sprinkler in, which is more expensive, and you can't use it for storage, but really humans are going to human, and people will ultimately and inevitably put something under that staircase, no matter how many signs we put up, unfortunately. And that leads to all sorts of fire code violations and fire hazards. So the wall was the best fit for a number of reasons.
Sure. I
It
appreciate
does,
that.
it also has to do with there being an egress under that, in that area,
Okay,
from a fire code standpoint.
thank
So,
you.
Any other questions? Call the vote, all in favor? Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is our capital financial review, and,
Is there,
I'm sorry?
is there like a? something on the
Yes,
screen?
Nick, can we get the click share going on the screen, please? You got click share on there, yes.
Yep,
Yep.
it's red though, so it means, I think it's probably waiting for some time. Ah, there we go.
Would be helpful to have a policy.
Thank you. Make a note of it.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So, before we begin the presentation, I just want to say that there's a lot of information and it's a big decision that you have to make. So if you need any information, additional information, or would you like me to present anything in addition to this, or you have questions, if I can't answer them, I'll get back to you. I just wanted you to know that because it's a big decision that you have to make here.
Additionally, I understand, I just also wanted to frame this in the sense of this, I understand you're seeing this just now, unless you in the last hour were able to look at it, or so. This is something that we feel is based on the information that Tony had available at the time he was putting together. We worked on it literally until very recently, which is the reason it wasn't in the packet before. It doesn't include everything that I would like to see it include. For example, it projects a lot of our expenses. It doesn't project any of our potential revenue opportunities that might exist to go against that. So, Tony has tried to do as good a job as he can to represent this in a way that is objective and presents the information, understanding that there may be other iterations of this coming down the road based on questions and comments that we may make as a board on this today. And what I'd like to do is go through the presentation, understand it, ask some questions, obviously, but also keep in mind that we have time for us to further digest this and see if there's anything else we want to do with it as we go
Absolutely.
forward. So, Tony, with that, I'll let you.
Okay. So I wanted to start with our current situation. The current debt service for the 27 budget is $1.88 million, which includes payments for the Public Works facility, the beach remediation in 2015 and 16, the radio upgrade in 2018, the country club purchase that was purchased in 2009. We had notes from 2009 until 2020. In 2020, we converted them to bonds. So that's the debt schedule. When you have notes, you pay the interest as you go. With bonds, as you know, it's an amortization schedule, which extends out. And finally, Beecher Roof and Grounds, which was 24 and 25.
Those were, all the others were bonds.
These are all bonds, yeah.
Right, okay.
The Country Club was just notes through 2019. 2020, we converted the balance on the notes to bonds.
Okay.
So and that's, you see below, I put the balance owed on each project. So as of 6/30/26, for instance, the Public Works facility, we have $2.3 million remaining to pay out on that project.
And that's a combination of the actual principal and interest of
That's just the principal.
Oh, not
That's
interest.
the amount that's owed.
Okay, that's a very important thing.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is just principal.
that's just the indebtedness that's owed on the project.
Okay, not what it actually cost us to finish paying the bonds.
Correct.
Okay.
Could that be added to the PowerPoint?
I could, yep.
I think that should be made
Understanding.
clear.
Yep.
Thank you, because I didn't, indebtedness might mean that by definition, but.
Right. Fair point.
don't know your jargon. Thank you, Tony.
Okay. As you all are probably aware, we are also responsible for overlapping debt, which is our portion of the Amity School District debt. And that's calculated based on our percentage of the budget that we pay, which can change obviously from year to year. So for instance, in 630, our portion of their debt was about $1.65 million. And so if you add go back one slide, our 12 million plus our portion of the Amity overlapping debt, we're at about $13.8 million in direct and overlapping debt. That means principal on the debt that we owe.
Yep.
Okay. The annual debt service on the Amity portion of the debt is about $500,000, and so our annual debt service payments are about $2.4 million. So it gives you a scope of the how much we owe currently. You've probably seen this schedule before. These are the projects that are part of this analysis and that are as part of the projected long-term debt numbers that you will see. So you can see the school project is $118.5 million with an estimated 53.18% state of Connecticut reimbursement. That's from the Antonazzi presentation that we've seen recently. The police facility is $8 million, center is at $5 million, HVAC improvements $2.5 million. As you can see, we have roof replacements. Some of these projects are in various stages of development, road improvements, and finally, Country Club of Woodbridge.
I'd like to just make a note, because if you compare this to some of the other slides you may have seen with this information, you may have you'll notice the center building improvements was at $6 million and road improvements was at $1 million.
Right.
And after having
And
conversation with
CCW
our,
was at one as well.
I think at one of them there was.
It was,
one of
an
them
earlier
was.
one it was, yes.
An
That's
earlier
correct.
one it
Sorry,
was.
didn't mean to cut you.
No, that's okay. The road improvements, after hiring our new public works director, we had some conversations with him, and money just doesn't go as far as it used to, and it would not, and Scott had a lot to do with this too, in terms of what we could potentially pave with the money we had in there, and found that we really needed to put more money in paving.
Well, that's because asphalt and oil are linked.
It's
Correct.
increased significantly,
But
correct?
that does not include the new bridge projects?
Does not.
So with this, and more importantly, with this does not include is what you don't know about yet.
Well, actually, it also doesn't include the center building. The proposal was that we needed to spend $40 million in 2024. I think the numbers are not going away. If anything, the way they're going up. So while we only had $5 or $6 million in our 6-year capital plan,
Right.
the building needs as of 2024 were $40 million.
Keeping in mind also, though, the HVAC improvements are for the campus and the roof replacements are for the campus. So portions of those are included in
Yes.
that, and the police department was also included in that. So
But
about
it still leaves
50
$30
million.
million. It
Still
leaves
leaves a
$30
lot.
million.
Still leaves a lot. And
Yeah.
it's something that could be potentially needed as we move forward.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry if this was already said, but for town facilities roof replacement, did that include the fire department?
No, it doesn't include the new firehouse.
Not the new firehouse, it includes.
Yeah.
A portion of it.
Because
it
didn't
does.
So
they?
yeah, portion, correct.
They did, because they presented that in this
Yeah.
budget. So
A
that
portion.
is reflected in this?
There's a portion of that, yeah, and it's a portion of that. It's the
But over
center.
6 years, it may not include the entire roof.
correct.
No, not the entire
Are
roof.
we expecting the entire roof
Well, the
within
building
6
is,
years?
will have hit 20 years by then, I think.
I haven't
Yeah,
heard it.
someone said it was 18 now.
So it may be that we need to think about adding money for their roof. At least anticipating, and if we're lucky, it'll last longer, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
So,
These are the debt service assumptions. I won't go through all of these, but this just is how we mapped out the borrowing, which is essentially 6 issues from 2027 to 2032, and for the various projects.
okay.
One thing I will say about this slide is, as is noted in the last bullet, that the that this is reflective. One of the things we wanted to key on here is obviously the Beecher based on the number that it actually is. But it's Beecher, the project is for a new school, but that not doing Beecher doesn't mean we don't have expense associated with the existing structure in its existing state. So we would still need debt service, and we've tried to project some of that, as you'll see it as we go forward.
Okay. I'm going to have some questions about that, because in our 6-year capital plan, we have $764,000 for a Beecher.
Specifically,
They withheld things,
Right.
knowing that we were having, that
Right.
this project was underway.
Right. But-
So, the impact of the borrowing is, as you indicated, the estimated budget impact is for all of the debt, including constructing a new school. That's the analysis here. So the projected debt services, and this is important, increases by a little over $5 million in the first 6 years, including 1.8 and 27, from 1.8 million in 27 to 7.24 million in 32.
And
So-
Tony, what's the basis for the interest rates? Because
I've worked with our financial advisor, and you compare,
even
yeah.
with the more recent bonding issues, et cetera?
Yeah, you
because-
compare recent bond issues of similarly rated communities and similar projects, and you come out and you know.
No, but I mean, they're forecasting the
Right.
bonds are not doing well
Right,
right now.
right.
So is there any hedge, or can we, maybe what I'm asking is maybe another analysis should be.
If we do this
if
in-
it goes up
If we do
X.
this in a month, maybe those will go up to 4%.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what that's what I'm
That's entirely
concerned-
possible.
That's what I'm concerned about. So we may have to at least consider a higher interest rate as a potential, given where things are.
Yeah, or maybe have
Well-
a range, like a realistic
The
range.
one of the challenges to present the information, but not to, in a way that's
I know,
not too
you're
complicated.
grounding in
Tony's
current,
taken-
but you're
Tony-
talking about doing it for 6 years
Right.
ahead of time.
Right,
so-
Tony's taken into consideration based on what he feels and what the advisor feels is the appropriate numbers to take. That's the numbers he used.
Right.
But it's
So-
a current numbers, it's not.
But it's-
I
it's all
think
we
when
have
you're
availability
talking
to.
about
It's a current projected
borrowing,
number.
you need to at least consider that
It's
it
a
could go
current
up.
projected number. We could also go down
In the current scenario, it seems highly likely.
based on current,
If
so
you read the
based
Wall
on the
Street
current
Journal like I
scenario.
do, you would not be doing that
Based on the current
analysis.
scenario, as you said, it's current, this is what the number that they projected, that's the reason it was used.
All right, I think it'd be important to at least highlight that and to have some kind of alternative.
Okay. Let's see,
And so, I'm sorry, Tony, just to make sure, these are all based on this slide's numbers?
Correct.
So for Beecher, okay.
exactly, correct,
Okay.
right. These numbers feed from this slide. And so the other item I want to bring to your attention is in 2031, the projected direct and overlapping debt, which is our direct debt plus our portion of Amity debt, is about 11.5% of the budget.
Can I back up a minute? Does it include Amity's plan to go out for additional
Yes,
debt?
yeah,
At
I'm going
what
to get
rate?
into that.
Okay,
I'll get into that.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
a good question, Amy. And then, I
Because they were talking about 50
Mm-hmm.
million.
I can tell you what they
January.
presented to me, and
Oh.
We have that information.
it's, yeah. Okay. So I wanted to show you here on this slide, this is, I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry.
Yeah,
Tony,
sure,
But
yeah.
represents, so the projected debt in 2031 represents 11.5, let's say.
Right,
Percent of the budget.
right.
Can you remind me if I heard during our budget season,
Mm-hmm.
discussions of AAA, and of course there's lots of considerations of our bond rating, but wasn't there a suggestion of not exceeding 10%?
Well, 10% is typically an industry standard that
Okay.
you try to use. I'll get into some of that.
Okay.
You'll see.
I'm sorry.
Additionally,
Talk.
this incorporates a budget increase estimate of 3% per year. That number could be affected if the budget goes up by more than 3% per year. Obviously, that percentage
Correct.
goes down.
Right.
So
Okay.
similar to what Amy was saying about the 3.75.
And the reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention is because this slide represents the annual increase of each year for debt service or decrease. So you will see that in 29, 30, and 31, you have increases in debt service of 1.7, 2.2, and 1.2 million dollars each of those years. So these are the increase in that particular year. So you can see that those 3 budget years, you will have a significant amount of debt service added to your budget.
And to Andrea's point.
This is
again,
not
I just-
cumulative, it's each year, that's how much it will increase. So you have to add these,
Together.
right,
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
So you're saying 2029 goes on top, 30 goes
Correct.
on top of 2028,
Correct.
29.
Correct.
That's
So did you
terrifying.
go from 1.5
Correct.
million
That's correct.
to 3
Correct.
and a half plus?
correct. It just shows you the impact on each particular budget year
Okay.
that,
So there's a mountain, you're just not showing it in.
I will eventually.
Okay,
The mountain, we'll get to that.
Okay.
That's right.
okay.
And then there's just some information on how it would impact a taxpayer. So this direct debt is what I did on this slide is 2.9 mils over the first 10 years is the average. And so that means in that 10-year period, the average is 2.9 mils. So the peak year is 2034 with 3.31 mils, and it varies based on the schedule. But so
And direct debt is just the principal?
direct debt's just the town, doesn't include Amity.
Oh, okay, but this does factor in the interest?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
Direct
principal and interest.
okay.
So debt service is principal and interest payments.
Thank you.
Okay. And direct means just to town, overlapping would include Amity. I should probably put that at the beginning.
Yeah, like maybe some
The
key
definitions.
definitions
Yep,
would
good
be
idea.
helpful for the
Yep.
public and obviously the
Yep.
board members.
No, that's a good
Donna,
idea.
did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if that second line was different than we saw the other day.
The one about $203? No,
Has not been changed.
have not. So that's,
But again, keeping in mind, and I know, and just for introduction purposes, we have Donna Coogan, who is our financial person at the Beecher School, and our superintendent of Beecher, Chris Montini here. This incorporates all the town projects, it's not just the Beecher number.
But what I don't understand is how can it go up just $203 every year if it's
That's for-
some years?
per 100,000
Of assessed value.
of assessed
No,
value.
but in some years it's gonna go up more based on the previous.
That's the average over a 10-year period.
Okay, so you need to put that,
Okay.
that it's the average, because what's actually gonna happen is people are gonna see a bigger increase.
I could put that.
Aren't they? And because you.
In some
via-
years.
In some
yeah,
years you will, yes.
In 28, going into 29, 30, you're gonna be topping one on top of another, and so.
So 31 will be the highest tax
Yeah,
impact of all of the projects.
But I think it would be better to say per year what, based on the previous.
I mean, I could show a schedule and it could show you
Well,
each
basi-
year.
Or basically just
I
put
just-
the proposed, that's the average proposed debt service. You just say average over 10 years.
Yeah, but it
That's-
hides it. People think that that's all they're gonna have every year, as opposed to,
Some years are less than 203, some years are more than 203.
So what we've done on the Beecher Building Committee page is actually put what those actual numbers are for all 10 years on there, and maybe we should do it on the town page for what all the projects together would be for all 10 years.
We could.
So there is an
We could.
average, but then it shows 1 through
I think
10,
it would
the
help
actual
families
numbers.
plan,
Yeah.
you know.
So it will show, and maybe we should do that on the town page for all of these projects together as more of an illustration, so people
Yeah.
understand
So-
the average versus each individual year.
yeah, so for example, if you're an average homeowner, you don't wanna be putting a new roof on in 2031, when you're also gonna hit the biggest increase.
Right, right.
I mean, they have their own capital projects that they've gotta pay for.
And
So they
this
can look
slide.
that up on the committee webpage, but perhaps there should be a town webpage that has all of the debt service and then what it is for the 10 years, what the proposed would be for the 10 years.
But again, this is only direct debt service, it's not Amity.
Yeah, and what was
I have it, I
the,
just didn't, I have it, I just didn't put it on this
Yeah.
slide.
what was your logic behind not including Amity?
Time.
Yeah, plus,
That's a limiting factor for
right,
sure.
plus, yeah,
We just
Plus,
got the information from Amity very recently.
Okay.
yeah, correct, yeah.
Okay.
So when you say that in the next one, that the average of $1,324 per year for the first 10 years.
Right.
Does that mean that the typical household can expect Or
So
the
the-
Home Val then could expect to pay $13,240 over 10 years?
Correct.
Yes.
Or
Somebody
Not
whose house,
necessarily-
over 20 years.
somebody whose house is valued at $650,000.
And not necessarily all in exact the same increment.
Correct.
year.
That's correct, but you're correct.
Yeah.
13,240 over 10, or it's 26,480 over 20.
Right, because it will be 20.
Yeah. But that's for 10 years. The 20-year average is less,
Slightly less.
'Cause it's
it
tails
begins to
off.
Tails off.
right?
The last bullet really relates to the fact that we haven't grown. You know, our grand list hasn't changed per se. And this whole presentation does not include any potential for additional revenues that could be secured by the town.
Okay.
So the next section compares the town to other AAA-rated communities. The reason why we use AAA-rated communities are these communities are similar to the town in terms of our bond rating and our our metrics when comparing and determining our bond rating. So these are other Moody's AAA towns that we compare with. So the first is per capita income. These are just a few fiscal indicators to give you an idea of where we are in the range of these towns. You can see it's Norwalk, Farmington, Glastonbury, Simsbury, Fairfield, Madison, Avon, Ridgefield, Wilton, Weston, Greenwich, Westport, New Canaan, and Darien. So those are the other AAA towns. And you can see we're sort of in the middle of the chart. This is from a 2025 State of Connecticut report, which is probably data from 23, because they're a little behind, by the time they get the data and they put the report together. But it's a snapshot in time that compares all of these communities at the same time. So it gives you an idea. Median home value. Again, you can see we're sort of in the middle of the group here. There's some on the end there, obviously, are much more, but the state median also is on there, which is 351.
In this, as Tony mentioned, as far as the dates are concerned, this is prior to reval.
Right.
This is likely prior to reval.
Probably, yeah.
Well, I can't, what year is this?
The 25 release,
But you are right, it's based on 23 data.
yeah,
But presumably all of them went up.
right. It's
Somewhat.
depending on where they were in their reval
Yeah,
schedule,
yeah.
yeah. The next one is, and this is the one where we are typically do not favor as well, which is the equalized net grand list per capita. So they sort of equalize the grand lists with a formula to try to get them comparable based on when the reval was, and then that's per capita. So as you can see, ours is on the lower end of the scale. Fund balance. This is a total fund balance, and as you can see, we don't have the highest or the lowest. There are several communities with a much higher fund balance percentage-wise than us. And the state median is also interesting. You can see that's 19.3%.
It's pretty high.
Yeah.
It's really high.
So we're on the low side if you compare us to a lot of the state. And this is unassigned
And
fund
certainly
balance.
everybody is above 10.
Right, here, yeah.
Okay.
But then if you go to unassigned, so this includes purchase orders and other obligations that you may owe money for, that you may have reserved for but haven't paid.
Ah,
That's what total fund balance is. This is just unassigned fund, general fund balance. This is
actual savings.
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 Correct. So you see it's
Money you
less.
can get to.
We're closer to the median on this one, but we're, in the middle. Tax collection rate, which should be no surprise. We do well there. It seems to be generally all the towns do fairly well. And then I wanted to take those towns and compare our debt fiscal indicators. So how does our debt compare to those towns? Because that's sort of an important metric that you can use to help with your decision. And so the first is, this is current now. Debt service is a percentage of operating expenses. This includes Amity and our percentage of Amity. And you can see we're low. We're at 4% currently. Right.
And this kind of is an indication in terms of when we are low, we have a low debt service right now. It's also an indication of not having invested significantly in anything in recent years. So it's it's a good story, but at the same token, it indicates why we're looking at what we're looking at now.
We have
But it
statistics.
is what people are used to. It's part of their budget. It's a challenge.
I felt graphically was the best way to present this information for you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's
That's
helpful.
great, thank you.
Next is overall net debt per capita, which is you take your debt and you divide by the number of people. And as you can see, we're a little higher up here, but still we fare fairly well with this category.
And I don't think it's completely lost. It's surprising about Glastonbury, but some of the other towns obviously are similar to us in terms of commercial districts and things of that nature.
Debt burden is the debt as a percentage of your grand list. As you can see, we moved to the left on this one because of the grand list comparison of the different towns. So, and finally,
Now, I'm not sure I totally understand this. That's because the valuations are lower in Woodbridge compared to some of the other towns, so we moved?
yeah, the comparison of, right,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Or the just your size of your grand list or the size of your commercial district is less.
But it could
in
be
comparison.
the value
Could
of
be
your
values
homes,
of your
too.
homes, it could be a
Yeah,
number of
it's
things,
any
correct.
number of things.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
And these are comparisons that are used oftentimes when we go for a bond rating, so that's.
And this is all current, you're saying?
Right, this is current. So you see we moved a little to the left here. That's because this includes pension. We're part of a defined benefit pension up in Hartford. And a lot of towns have eliminated their defined benefit pensions and have gone to defined contribution. I'm sure that's part of the reason why this is a little higher. Some of those other towns have also funded their OPEB.
What's OPEB?
OPEB is other post-employment benefits, which is healthcare for retirees. We've stopped providing it about 10 years now, but we haven't really funded it as much as other towns.
So you stopped providing it, but you haven't funded
The outstanding
the
obligation.
outstanding obligations.
Right.
And is that for Medicare supplement, or is it for
It's for,
health insurance
it's
until you're 65, or
right,
both?
so it's for both.
Both.
Yeah. The health insurance until you're 65 liability far outweighs
The supplement.
the supplement. And that's the comparison of the debt, pension, OPEB to grand list. Okay. So then I took the same slides, the debt fiscal ones, some of the important ones, and I added the projected debt on there. Okay,
The projected debt for Woodbridge.
for all of them. For Woodbridge, for overlapping. I'll get into it. I'll show it.
No, I guess what I mean is, when you get into the slides and you show the other towns,
Right. Correct.
it doesn't include anything
Right.
projected and/or
Correct.
incurred from the other towns. It's just our
Our projected debt. Where would we be if we had this debt compared to those towns?
Correct. And we
And
do,
those towns did nothing.
and those towns
Right.
had absolutely nothing increased.
But you don't know where those towns are. They could be Farmington, for instance.
And
I think just issued a lot of debt.
We
And
were
so they're on
low
the high
on,
end.
we were low on overall debt before we got to this case, so.
Right, but
Right.
there are a number of towns, in these 13 towns, there are a number of towns who either have very recently or are in the process of bonding for schools in the range of $80 to $100 million. So when you see these slides, I think it's kind of really important to understand that the way it looks in terms of the scale is not indicative of what it would be now. We're projecting what ours is going to be. If we laid theirs on top of it, it obviously would increase there. And that's something, as I say, I'd like to do that as part of what we do and we present as we go forward.
Does this include projected Amity?
No.
Yes,
Yes, it does.
at the last bullet, both
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sorry.
options. So
But
what you'll
what we
have,
saw
Oh.
before did not.
right, but these will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before, where we are in comparison to these other towns was for our direct debt. It wasn't
It
for.
was for both, but it was just existing debt,
Okay.
not for
Okay.
projected
No,
debt.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, but it was Amity as well as town.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So this is just a couple notes here. There's a new construction option here, which is existing direct and overlapping debt with projected debt for town projects and debt for a New Beecher Road School, and projected overlapping debt from Amity. Okay. There's a repair option, which we'll get into, which would be if we just repaired the school and did not issue new construction, do not do a new construction. And the updating the school, which we worked with the superintendent's office on, is, and I'll show you a schedule in a minute, borrowing $45 million for the next 10 years.
Is this the range that I saw in a recent news article, 45 to 60 million?
30 to 60, and it's midpoint.
The initial in 2025, when we presented at the tri-board, was 30 to 60 million, and then as they went and looked further into that capital improvements plan, we asked them for more detailed numbers, and so when they worked on their more detailed numbers, those came back at 45 to 60. The 45 being doing this sooner, and the 60 being building an escalation to that over 10 years, I think.
Okay.
So when we initially presented, people thought we had given that was too much of a range, and they went back and re-penciled things out, and that's where we landed.
Okay, and we'll have time to talk more about
Yeah.
that later, right? Okay.
The
Thank you.
projected option also is, when I discussed this with the business office at the Amity District, the number
Percent,
that we
32
discussed was 32 million, and so our portion is 11.5 million.
And are they still going out, proposing to go out for a referendum in the fall? This
No.
fall?
No,
Do they
I don't
have a
think so.
time frame now for when they will?
I'm not
need
sure.
To do it?
They were
I'm not
looking
sure.
next year,
I think next year.
based on the
2027 now.
folks that I
Yeah.
spoke
Okay.
with, yes.
So this is just the projects that came up to the $45 million, just to give you some detail on that. Again, this is just a high-level analysis, just to give you an idea of the types of projects that would be included in the
And
45
this is the
million.
entire school?
No, this
This
is
is the-
repair only.
This is in
No, but
repair.
it's the entire, it's a.
current school,
It's the
yes.
entire current school, rather than some hybrid of what's been proposed so far.
This is just on the current campus. This does not create any of the classroom space that is needed for the students.
Right, but it also doesn't do, for example, keep the building that just had the new roof and the windows and stuff and come up with an alternative somewhere else for a new building. So a hybrid of repairing what's there and building something smaller.
This is the current campus.
Yeah. Okay.
And this doesn't include in these projects any potential expenses for relocating students, does it?
I'm not sure. I didn't put this
No, from an
together.
operation,
So I'm just asking if with the repair only option, I'm looking at this, it doesn't look like they built in any potential having to relocate students in the event that part of the building is offline because of construction.
In that blue line where the
Okay,
28 million.
Mobilizations.
that's a soft cost?
The soft costs are in there.
Okay.
Such as portables or things that we would need to do.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear about if that was estimated in there. Thank you.
Okay, so the first item is debt as a service as a percentage of operating expenses. In this particular case, as Mika said, these were all static numbers for the blue bars represent. And all the blue bars in the yellow bar are like exactly like the other slides. So the only thing that we've added here is the green for repair and the orange for new construction, right? So it takes, the yellows are existing, right?
And
this
the
is-
blues are existing for those current
Correct.
towns, but does not take into account
Their
if those
projections.
towns are doing any
Right,
infrastructure.
right.
But this is Beecher only, or is this also all the other projects?
All the other projects.
But it's not some of the ones that we just mentioned that aren't on there, like the full suite of things recommended for the central building?
No, just the ones that were listed originally on the
Right,
slide at the
but
beginning.
there's some things that are missing, yeah. Okay.
But
there are some things we don't know may happen, exactly.
But there's also some things that just weren't put in the capital plan, but already known about, like the $40 million for the central building, which knocks down probably to 30 from the things that are actually in the secure capital plan, but there's another 30 in there. That's not
No,
addressed, like
there's-
replacing all the
there's-
windows, et cetera. I have the report.
I understand. There's approximately close to, I don't know, we have that here. But yes, there's additional dollars that, based on the plan that was put forth for the center building.
Right.
But this represents about $15,000, $15,000 or more of that 40.
You mean 15
I'm sorry,
million.
15 million, excuse me.
But at the
15
same
million.
time, that was 2024 numbers. I'm not sure it is 15, but let's assume it is. But it's also, it's 2024 numbers, so the 40 may have gone up.
I'm sure it has, which is one
Yeah.
of the reasons it's important we act. I agree. I agree.
So this is the debt service as a percentage of operating expenses. Projects are the same. It's all the town projects and the Amity overlapping debt are all the same for the yellow and, I mean, for the orange and the green. The only thing that's different between those two options is the green is to repair the school, as I mentioned earlier, and the orange is new construction.
And a good example of what we were saying before is Darien is right now looking at a $85 to $103 million renovation for their Great Island Elementary School renovations and the Oxbridge Elementary School. So that's not reflected on here.
Right, but apples to apples is new versus repair.
Right. And also the repair
Right.
option, just, you know, and we'll talk about this in the committee update, doesn't address the classroom space for our current students and the classroom space for our projected students. So we would still need to do some type of project to accommodate that. It's not like that would solve the concerns on the campus.
Well, the current students probably wouldn't reap the benefits of the new construction anyways. Maybe
The younger ones.
The younger ones,
Younger.
but there are many kids currently that would not reap those benefits.
We still have an obligation to provide
I'm
classroom
not
space
saying
for
anything
our
other than what I
district.
said, Maria.
Yeah, and same.
The, in terms of the other towns, just so you understand, while they're looking to add debt, they also are paying down debt
Right.
each year. So it's, you know, you have to sort of look at both, and that's, you know, I just wanted to mention that. Okay, so the
And
second
they
is,
may, unlike us, they may be growing their grand list.
they could, which is coming up, as a
Cheshire-
slide coming up here.
Cheshire is a perfect example of that type of situation. They're building 3 schools,
I think it's 3 schools.
3
Yeah.
schools at the cost of significant cost.
Yeah.
And it'll probably be neutral to them because of they're also
Commercial growth.
putting a development up with housing and commercial properties that will offset that.
They also, yeah. They've done a lot of commercial growth in recent years.
So this is
We have a
per capita
fundamental
here.
difference in perspective that resident benefits a tax base rather than burdens. Residential growth. So I can't engage in these conversations without
Oh, I appreciate it.
representing that perspective.
But contrary,
Because it's what we need to do, in addition to diversify housing for other reasons, but for our financial reasons. Our
counterpoint,
focus is on commercial, diversifying the grand list.
it's always
I
best
would
for
hope.
us to focus on the commercial. It certainly benefits us the most. However, there's a residential development in our business district of 72 units that brings in about $750,000 worth of taxes to
Yeah, a
town
senior.
with very, very little debt associated, with
Right
very
now.
little expense associated with that. So residential can indeed add to your grand list.
Can, yeah.
This is the same information, but with debt per capita. And then finally, this is the percent faced for the grand list. So you can see the information there. So finally, the last thing I wanted to mention is this is our projected debt service schedule. This used to be like was an area graph. I changed it to a bar graph so that a couple things that are different here. The first is the addition of the Amity projected debt, which is the light green, and the dark green is their current debt. Secondly, I added a line which represents the debt service if you repaired the school versus the chart is if you did a new school. So you can sort of see the difference visually on your debt service over the next 10 years.
So as I think you pointed out before, Amy, the incremental difference between the line and the blue is what you're looking at from a school perspective.
Well, actually, I will question that when we get to that, because I think it's, I don't think enough options have been presented to the public yet. So I think it's
Okay.
been a year since the tri-board meeting, and that's never been presented to the residents. And there might be creative options that haven't been considered.
So that's the last slide on the presentation. I know it was a lot of information, and I'm happy to get any more information if you'd like, or present.
Tony, I'm just scrolling back to see, you provided a breakdown of the average rate, increase of taxpayers based on, I can't, what slide, I don't know what slide number. Actually, if you could put slide numbers on these too, that might
Yeah, okay.
in the updated
Right.
version.
The page numbers were, so if you, oh, yeah.
Oh, the
scroll.
page numbers, okay.
We'll give you that.
Did you do that for the new construction versus repair?
Did not,
Okay.
just new construction.
Okay. It might be helpful for me and the public,
If that's,
if there wa, I don't know what the board
I
thinks
mean, if that's an
about.
option you're considering, or that's something you want more information on, I'm happy to do it. I
I'm
just
sorry,
didn't know.
I think I missed, what was it we were looking at?
Tony prepared numbers, estimates of each year with the new construction of the impact it would have on an annual
Taxpayers,
basis
Yep.
for
Yeah.
taxpayers.
$203.
And
Yeah.
this comparison of new construction with the line representing the repair, I'm just wondering if it would be helpful for voters if they saw the repair, the impact financially for the repair versus the new construction.
I think if you did that, you would also need to include how to solve not only the capital expenses, but the operating expenses associated with solving the other two problems on the campus, or the other two challenges, which are the appropriate classroom spaces. And so, yes, this is for the infrastructure, but in addition to the repair option, we still need to find the appropriate classroom space for our current students and the classroom space for the students that we keep getting year over year and our increase that's projected. And so we would need not just that information, but on top of the repair, we would need both the operating expenses and or capital expenses, renting space, hiring staff for that other space, on top of that as the comparison, because just the repair does not solve the classroom issues that we have at Beecher Road School, in addition to the other infrastructure issues, safety, security, et cetera, that we need to solve on that campus. So in order for that to truly be an accurate representation, it would be the repair plus either the additional capital expenses or the additional operating expenses year over year in order to do that.
Can you remind me what the mandate, if it is a mandate for classroom is right now, or for this consideration? You keep saying we
not
have to adjust the classroom.
So we have
Have to by state statute or standards?
We
or-
don't have, so we've done a full education specification
Yes.
study that has looked at our current enrollment, our projected enrollment, and the current curriculum, okay? And has assessed what are the classroom spaces needed to teach the current curriculum, both to our current students and to the projected students in our population projections. That's not a mandate, it's an education specification document and a space matrix that came out of that.
Okay.
And the number of spaces that are needed to teach the curriculum to this number of students. It's
Okay.
not necessarily a mandate per se, but the state does have mandates on elementary school construction, both what needs to be in the infrastructure and the type of staffing that a building has. So let's say we didn't have classroom space, and this was one of the exercises that the Board of Education Ad Hoc Committee did 3 years ago, looking at different options. What would it look like if we had to rent classroom space in a building? That would require another renovation project, because your education has to be equitable between the two buildings. Students in both buildings deserve the same level of safety, they deserve the same air quality, they deserve the same level of accessibility, et cetera. So, and the state has stipulations about what is included in that building. So, we couldn't just take over a piece of another building in town. We could, but that would also require a capital project for renovation. On the operational end, you're talking about paying for additional bus routes. You were talking about the state has mandates and stipulations.
necessarily.
The state has mandates and stipulations, yes, because you would have to bus the students to a different building.
No, not
The
if it
state
was
has
on the same
mandates and
campus, but not
stipulations
a whole
regarding
new
who is
building.
staffed, so it's not like a college or a university where you could put up a new building and say, okay, your biology department's over here, your accounting department is over here. You have to put food service, school nurses, administrators, et cetera. So our operating costs would increase, which is one of the reasons why when the Board of Ed was looking at this and their ad hoc, they did the exercise of looking to see what would be required if we split the building, because sometimes one large school, was brought up to us before by members of the community, is one large school really beneficial for the students? Maybe we should break it into smaller schools, and indeed, that's one of the things that Cheshire did. Broke up one very large elementary school and built two smaller schools that would accommodate their population. When we penciled that out for our community, it raised our operating costs so much that then year over year, that then even though the capital line was not as large, our operating costs year over year ballooned. And so that exercise of doing that for our community, it looked better to keep all of our students in one building so as not to raise our operating costs. That was one of the exercises that was done in this whole process.
Let's go back to the presentation for a moment. Is there any other questions? As I say, this is something that we'll continue to work on. So it's what I'd like to do if, yes, please.
Well, just the question is, when will, or what's the process moving forward with the Board of Finance reviewing this and considering it?
The Board of, I'm sorry, I don't remember when they meet.
September 17th is the
Yes.
next
September
meeting.
17th.
That's the next Board of Finance. They will
Okay.
receive this.
They're gonna
We
do
did
a
invite them
funding
here.
request.
Unfortunately, again, because of scheduling at this time of year, they were not able to attend, but the intent was for this to be a combined session for this particular piece of it. But this will be sent to them so that they can consider it and regard it for their next meeting.
I think there is issues about whether or not all of the capital needs are captured. And I think we need to at least have a discussion about other projects, whether it's the fire station roof that's not in there, the bridge replacement. My understanding is Mike Siciliano is going to take a look at our public work rolling stock. So there may be, I don't think that our 6-year capital plan is reflective of all the things that we're aware of, certainly the center building itself. So I would suggest those things need to at least be incorporated.
Two things. The center building is, this is projected debt service for things we feel we could move forward with at this point in time. We have more information to get even on these. To add, there is anticipated debt. This isn't saying, well, this is the only thing we're going to need for the next 20 years. This isn't what this is meant to be. This is a pretty big amount as it is. If we're going to do anything along those lines, which is what we should do from a budgeting standpoint, from each department standpoint, that should be in addition to what's here. But what we're talking about here is the projects that we're looking to move forward with in the near term, that we're looking to bond for in the near term. So those other projects are things that need to happen at some point in time, but not necessarily in the timeframes that we're talking here. Our police department is needed sooner rather than later. The school is, something with the school is needed sooner rather than later. Roofs and HVAC, those are
Yeah.
needed sooner rather than later.
Right.
So that's the reason those are explicitly put on here, and that's what we're reviewing, that's what we're taking a look at here.
So my concern, which was my concern in the budget process, is that the center building recommendations include sealing the envelope of the building. That's their number one priority, and that is not in there. So you're doing the roof, yes, but you're not doing the windows. And so, yes, maybe it's not 25 million, but you've at least got several $1 million more that should be within the 6-year time frame of a capital budget that's not in there.
And it would appear in the capital budget, which is fine, but it won't appear as far as what we're looking to present to the town in terms of what we want to do from a bonding perspective. So
Well,
what
I think
I'm
that's silly,
suggesting,
because if you're supposed to be
Again.
including things within the 6 years, it's definitely within the 6 years.
Related
no,
or
I
end of
disagree
life
with you, only
expectancy?
because,
You're saying you're
I
not gonna replace the windows within 6 years.
What we're
Despite
doing
the
is there's
report
$5
that
million
said in
in there for
2024 that we should do
the
that.
center building right now is, the gym is replaced, the senior center is replaced. If we replace the police department, that leaves us with that main corridor to take care of, and the mechanicals.
And
The
the
mechanicals
interior,
are included
and the
here.
interior courtyard windows.
And the interior courtyard windows, which are now used peripheral, or I don't know what the right word is, but basically, those aren't key areas that people spend time in on a daily basis.
So, the report it said, talked about looking at look, I just,
Maybe I'm
I
not
think you
disagreeing
need to,
with you.
I think you
we're in
need
the
to
same
look at the
place.
report, and my point is, that report specifically talks about priorities, which are not only windows, it also talked about doing some assessment of the foundation, et cetera, which are key to the building as a whole. It's
Yes.
not the interior, it's not what you're gonna do to it, and it should be within the 6-year capital plan, and therefore should be
And I'm
within
suggesting, I'm not
here.
disagreeing with you.
It
I'm
should be
suggesting that
within
it
here.
is. I'm suggesting that it is. So you're suggesting that we bond for another $20 million?
I'm saying we should anticipate that possibility, because otherwise the building deteriorates
We are,
further.
by looking at it from a budget standpoint, we are looking at it.
But you're not including it in here, so this is a
Again,
false,
so my question would
false
be,
pi- this is a
you're-
false picture for the residents if it doesn't include something that was within the 6-year capital plan, or should be. That's what I'm saying. I think there's an extra several $1 million of bonding that we're looking at that is not depicted here, because of that report from 2024, which will be outdated numbers, that is recommending things be done to the building, in order to secure the envelope and the foundation. I don't like it any better than you do, but that's what the report is for a 100-year-old building,
Understood,
and it needs to be recognized.
understood. So again,
Maybe-
you're suggesting that we consider presenting to our public the $100 million bond as opposed to something else, or whatever it might be.
I'm suggesting that when they are considering what their prospective debt is of the town, they need to take into consideration the prospective debt for this building within the next several years, which is what this is proposing. It may not be the interior, it may be some stuff that you can put off, but when, what happened with that report, $40 million, it was like, put it on the shelf and ignore it. That's not a good reaction. That's not a good reaction.
I
I'm
agree.
sorry. So it needs to be incorporated. People need to understand.
It's not a good
This is-
reaction.
This is a generational increase in debt for people.
I
And
looked at
they
that.
need to have some sense of
That-
what they're looking
That
at.
wasn't my reaction, just so you know. It wasn't my reaction. What my reaction was is that we're not doing this we're not spending $40 million in the next
I didn't say
2 years or
40.
3
I
years.
said the envelope.
That's, that, the,
The
okay.
report total
The
was
report's
40.
at 40
I'm
was-
saying you
was
need to
40.
prioritize.
What I indicated, and what I said was, we have a school situation that we need to understand what it is, because it's going to be a very big number. So we need to hold off on doing anything, making any commitments to those types of numbers until such time as we look at what else can be done. And is there any possibility for us to do this in a more of a phased approach? Again, there is close to at least $15 million of that $40 million that is associated with this. Okay?
Is reflected in here?
But
That's-
not the windows.
And I
actually,
think
it
prioritizing
might
the-
even be more.
Prioritizing the areas of our town properties where the majority of our residents work and spend their time, including the police department, I think is reasonable. I understand if there are certain things that have to be done to preserve the building so that we don't have a larger problem down the road. Absolutely. But I think the prioritization here is in the use of the buildings.
Well, that's not what,
Tony,
I would suggest you look at the
related-
report again.
Related
I've
to
reviewed.
Amy's concern, does this include over the next 6 years the useful life expectancy, like when we know we need to replace things?
Not equipment, because equipment we do on
We
a
don't
cash
bond.
basis, we don't borrow for it.
So, but any capital, like
That's
the
a-
roof, like, you know.
So that's sort of the purpose of the capital budget.
Yeah.
Is to bring that stuff up and to identify it.
Okay, so, because I hear Amy's point very clearly that if there are expenses that we are likely or even know we need to incur or bond for over the next 6 years, so that the town has the most accurate information to make the most informed decision come to the polls,
Right.
they should have that built into
I
this.
could certainly do that.
Because what is the value of knowing that my taxes are going to go up $200 on average under certain scenarios if that isn't actually inclusive of all that we will be bonding for? That's not helping me make an informed decision. Right? I mean,
Because this does address those areas where we feel are total requirements. We'll look at it.
Oh,
Understand your point, we'll look at it, enough said.
Thank you.
But it doesn't seem feasible for us to look at another $25 or $30 million on
I
top
did
of
not
this.
say 25,
So-
$30 million.
I think I heard
said
Amy
the
say
envelope.
It's
prioritize.
40, we have
Yeah.
15 in here, that leaves about 30 million, $35 million.
I was not saying
Well,
you
everything
know-
in the report, I'm
25.
saying that it said its priorities were the windows and securing the envelope. And we don't have that in the 6-year capital plan, which we should.
It's been a long time since I know I looked at that report, and
Done.
it's certainly relevant to all of this capital planning conversations we have. So maybe it's worth us taking another look and
Certainly.
seeing if there is a phase approach.
We'll care for it.
a peak.
This is part of that phased approach, but we will look at it. So, move on.
Tony, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony, I appreciate it. Our next item on our agenda is our Beecher Road School Building Project update. And we'll start with the referendum calendar, and Maria, I'll ask you to walk us through that, please.
Sure. Is there a, do we have that in the list to
You want-
put up?
If you could, Tony.
Yep, here you go.
Which document will we look at first? I'm sorry, you just said it, but
The calendar.
The referendum calendar is the first item.
bond
Bond
authorization.
authorization calendar,
Thank
yes.
you.
Yes. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Chris.
Staying out of the cold.
So the rest of us need that, sorry.
You were escaping.
Ah, there we go.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay.
Drive safe.
Thank you, Tony.
Tony,
Thank you, Tony.
we may have different additional ideas to give you.
Steve, do I just double click on
nice.
this?
7:30 now.
Steve, do I just double click
I'll
on this?
remind them about that. You want to come here, or are you okay?
I think we'll just, I'll stay
There we
here
go.
for this meeting.
Perfect.
I'm comfortable.
Thank you, everyone. So the first part of the update is that we've been working with our bond counsel attorney and our town attorney to come up with a proposed calendar for the referendum process and all of the special meetings and all of the processes that would need to occur leading up to that. So that this is our updated referendum calendar, and the process, as designated by our charter, is that our town meetings and our referendums must pass by a supermajority of 66.7%, 2/3. If they do not pass by 2/3 on the first referendum, but do pass by a simple majority of greater than 50%, we can call a second town meeting adjourned to a referendum. And if the second referendum also passes by a simple majority, then the referendum passes. So we either need one supermajority at one referendum or two simple majorities at two subsequent referendums. And our town charter stipulates
Two separate referendums or one more separate?
we either need one supermajority
Right.
or two simple majorities
Right.
at consecutive referendum, and our town charter
Made
stipulates
it
the
sound-
time period in which those must occur. So we have on here where the Board of Finance meetings are scheduled. We have on here the Board of Selectmen special meetings where we would call for our special town meeting. Planning and zoning also has to do by state statute an 8-24 review, because this is town-owned property and we are making significant improvement to a town property, so they would have to do that review as well. All of that is on here, and if you look at, referendums from the past, you'll notice that bond council will start putting together the language, the meeting language, the referendum language, et cetera, that goes along with all of these meetings and all of these motions. So as it stands right now, the Board of Selectmen would have a special meeting on September 23rd, and at that time would call for the first town meeting, which would be, let me scroll down to the second, I believe, October 6th. Let me
Yes.
scroll down to the second page. It would be the special town meeting, and then the referendum, that town meeting, there will be a presentation, and we will adjourn that town meeting to the referendum, which is, at the moment, proposed for October 13th. Polls will be open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There will be absentee voting. There will not be early voting for the referendum.
That was a question that was asked, thank you.
Yes, yes, for both of them. There will be if both are required, there will be absentee, but there will not be an early voting period.
Of note is the September 23rd date. It's a date that we would, Aaliyah will be sending out a message to everyone about setting up a special town meeting for that date, so just wanted the board to be aware of that date.
Can I just make sure I understand you have, the referendum is published and posted on the October 2nd, and then the meeting is on the 6th? So will people have received the mail?
So there is a range there for publication, so we can certainly get that out.
Not more than 30 days, but at least 5. So you did the, yeah, okay.
Okay, but I
Yeah.
think the point is to make sure that people have actually received it.
Yes, yes, and there will be some explanatory text as well regarding the referendum and the referendum question. I know there's been some questions, about that in the past. I'm happy to address that, and I think the other update points will also bring up some information on that.
So will the
We will-
initial mailing say that it's a special town meeting on X date with already an adjournment to referendum on Y date?
Is that what's happened in the past? I know.
I don't know, I'm
Well, some
asking.
of the information that I found, I think you were serving at the time of some of our previous referendums. You might actually know better than I do.
Actually, I'm having a conversation with our bond attorney to go over the language, and we'll go over the language this week. So I'm not going to say one way or another right now because I'm not certain on it, but my understanding is that it would say that there is a town meeting, and they make reference to the fact that there will be an adjournment to a referendum, but it's really the notice is to call the town meeting. So, but we'll get details as far as
Just in
the
favor, as much
language.
information that we
Yeah.
can provide.
Right, understood. And keep in mind that although the
Including
notice of
absentee voting. We're allowed to put that in there.
the notice of the special town meeting that says 10-2, we're calling for the special town meeting on our meeting on the 23rd. So it'll be between then and October 6th, obviously, when we call for the town meeting, that the notice will go out.
And there are certain, by state statute stipulations regarding some of that language, which our bond counsel is walking us through. The referendum question has to be clearly stated. The explanatory text of what the money will be used for has to be clearly stated, and all of that documentation that goes out to everyone from town.
So one of the questions that's come up as early as April was the question of what happens if you go out, as I understand it, for the full 118 million plus.
Correct.
But what happens if, I assume somewhere in the literature, there's going to be a representation that there'll be 53 to 55% reimbursement, whatever the current number is from the state. And what will happen is that that's not forthcoming.
Right. So the referendum question is phrased for permissive authorization. by the town. So the answer to the referendum question, should that be affirmative, gives the town permission to act. The town can then act according to their own stipulations that the town set up. So for example, we would not have the funds to bond clearly for the whole 118.5. We would only do that if we could follow the plan that we have now, which is getting that reimbursement.
The whole
So-
reimbursement of 50, not to cut you off, but the whole reimbursement, like is there a scenario where we get 30% instead of 55, let's say, or 2, or whatever?
Our grant writers have said that has never happened
Okay.
in the past,
Okay.
but as a town, we can make that decision.
Okay.
The referendum question is permissive authority to act. There's no penalty for the town deciding that, okay, let's say in the scenario that apparently has not happened in the past, happens. That's how things happen. Sometimes they don't happen and then all of a sudden they do. Let's say that does. There's no penalty for not acting on that referendum question, even if it is affirmative. It's permissive authorization.
But who is the town, for your purposes of permissive authority?
The voters are giving permissive
I
authorization.
understand, but to whom? Is it the Board of Ed, the Board of Selectmen, the Building Committee, the Board of Finance? Who is the?
Well,
who
according
makes
to
this
our
decision?
charter, who would authorize spending that money?
It's a normal process.
Yeah.
It's
it's
a
the
bonding
appropriation process.
So it would be
Correct.
both the Board of Finance and the
And
Board
the
of
Board of
Selectmen
Selectmen.
would
Yeah.
have to vote for it.
Right.
In terms of, yes.
To go forward.
That's
And we wouldn't
correct.
be making representations to the town ahead of time that if it's above X, we won't do it.
What we can do in literature and in communication is obviously let the town know that this is permissive, meaning that if we don't get what we expect, whether it's a lesser percentage or we don't get anything, then we don't have to move forward with it. There's nothing wrong with making sure folks understand that that's the case. And
But we
would
have the
make sure.
authority because it's permissive to move forward. You need to make that statement too.
Yes, but I think it's pretty clear from the slides we just saw that would not be possible, even given the serious concerns that we have on that campus. It just wouldn't be possible.
But say 5% is not, I mean, I don't know what the number is in
Will
people's
we be-
as to what is not enough.
Will we be going into it with a threshold defined?
That's what I'm asking.
It's $118 million, yes. How do you, I don't think I understand your question.
Well, I think the numbers that we have prepared are based on,
That's the threshold, so if we get anything less than 55, we would not.
it's not
move forward.
55.
Or, I'm
We're-
sorry, whatever the number.
53
Correct.
point something
53
or other.
point something.
Right. We're slated to get about 54% reimbursement. Tony is factoring in 53.
Okay.
Being conservative, knowing that there may be some, and we're going to get into this in the next update, non-reimbursable costs, which we know ahead of time and we're aware of and we're going to talk about in the update as we get further along the line items here. So he's being conservative, which I agree with because we want to make sure that we are planning that way. And then, of course, if it's anything better than that, we'll be
Yes,
grateful. But we certainly
absolutely.
don't want to plan for the highest number and then have to
No.
backtrack. So I think that that's fair, but that's also an explanation also for the public on why they may see two different numbers, 54 and 53, and are curious as to why that's happening. I think Tony's doing a prudent job in planning conservatively.
I appreciate that, and I think my question was getting at the point that it seems like it would be wise for us to consider what that, if what normally doesn't happen does happen and we get less than the 53 point whatever, let's say it's 50. Would we want to move forward with that?
Right.
That would be a discussion we would have at the time in
After?
terms of making
Right.
a decision.
And do
based
we
on what
have a
Also be-
specified or a regulatory time frame to make that decision?
I'm sure.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, because with the timeline that would work after that, our referendum results are due to the Office of Accountability on November 15th. On December 15th, we will know if we were on the priority list for the grants.
Okay.
So we have that time. We will know approximately in that time frame to plan. I agree with you. There are lots of other priorities. We will know if we have that grant amount and then can have that conversation. The police station is
December.
also, December 15th, we'll know if we're on the priority list. Now, that budget for the state does not become the budget until July 1st
Right.
of the following year.
And that's my point. The timeframes you're talking about is after the On the
July.
15th, they tell us what we have. We have, from that point, we have months, basically, to determine whether we're moving forward with it.
Okay.
There's not a condensed time frame there for us to, okay, let's get together and figure
Okay.
out whether we want, what
Thank
we
you,
want
that's
to do.
helpful to understand, I didn't know that.
In that time frame, are we spending money to have people do detailed specs
For what?
between December and June?
Detail.
Detailed, well, the next
Are we
process is
hiring,
actual design.
are we hiring
drawings,
an
yeah.
architect to do what we want to do, et cetera?
The current plan right now is for the building committee to work on that RFP. It would probably go out in the spring. So I don't believe with the current timeframe,
It wouldn't be
the timing would be
expenditures until we knew.
correct. The timing wouldn't work out according to the committee's current work schedule. We wouldn't be hiring someone between now and the end of the year. That work is slated, the RFP is scheduled to go out, but the hiring process wouldn't be till the January, February timeframe. So we wouldn't have an expenditure before we were able to see that information and
Okay,
know
that's
that.
helpful.
Yeah.
And so could I understand the November 15th you mentioned? Is that why we're rushing? Is there some deadline for, because I don't understand why you would have a vote on October 27th at the same time as you're having early voting on state elections. I think
Yeah.
that's I don't know whether the
are.
registrars have agreed, but I
Yeah.
think it's a potential for confusion and chaos.
It is certainly going to be a very busy time, and it is certainly going to be a time for the town to communicate incredibly clearly and very often to the community, because early voting, if we need to have that second referendum, early voting for the state election is going to overlap with the second referendum. So it's going to be a time of needing clarity of communication and lots of communication. There are stipulations in the grant application as to when the referendum is held. It has
So
to be
that's why-
So
held.
that's why.
Yes,
Okay.
it has to be held, if it's not held before the application is submitted in June, it must be held between that time and the next election.
So
And
we
the
can't
next
do it on the
election of
election
what?
date, the next general election.
You could have, but if you backed into the election date, then the state schedule for elections would come into play as opposed to our charter.
And the tabulated.
With regard to timing of special meetings and timing of communication, et cetera. We do have enough tabulators to reserve tabulators for that second referendum and for
And
the
the
first.
backup
Correct,
tabulators?
according to the election laws. And that was one thing that we were checking when we were meeting with bond counsel.
Do we need two different, is it two different actual ballots that people get? So they get a state elections ballot and then they get a referendum
But
ballot?
we're not doing it on election
We're not
day.
doing it on election day.
No, but it would be early voting.
If
for
they
the
came
second
for,
one.
if they
Two
came
different
for,
locations.
yeah.
So people would have to go to
You'd
two
have-
different
yeah.
locations to
Different
vote?
locations.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand.
That would help
Yes.
alleviate some
Yes.
Right.
confusion.
Okay.
yeah.
They wouldn't have to walk far because we're a small town,
But they-
but they might have to, yes,
They have to
travel
go
between
two
the.
different separate locations.
Probably better.
And the registrars have been consulted
Yes.
about this?
Yes, yes. This is going to be a heavy lift for them.
Yeah.
They are aware, and we appreciate them working with us very much. They've got a busy fall ahead of them, and what we can do to be clear as possible with the communication would, I'm sure, benefit them a lot.
Any other questions?
On the timeline, I do not. Do you, Amy?
Well, I guess my question really is for, in light of the information that we had and we're still digesting about potential bonding, I mean, I'm trying to understand why we're doing it this year as opposed to next year when we would have better numbers. Because in January, I'm rushing to Scott's presentation, but his presentation has special town meetings on, roof and HVAC? In January, February, so we would have some
This
numbers
is-
there. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand.
The ref-
Yeah, I know, I have,
The
right.
exigencies of doing this now before we, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a lot to throw at voters and we still don't have, Tony did a great presentation, but I do have questions and there are follow-ups and there's
So
not
this
much
has been.
time for that.
Yeah, so this is a culmination of about 4 years' worth of work between the Board of Education and the various building committees in town. This work in our grant application was submitted. We have special legislation for this grant cycle. We have grants available to us in this grant cycle that are not permanent parts of the school construction grant process. That is allowing us to go from a 32.14% reimbursement to a 54.14% reimbursement. We have no way of knowing if those extra grants are going to be available in a future cycle. We have already applied for special legislation regarding the school that our representative Wiehlander has worked with us on. Part of that legislation is a waiver of grant penalties for our previous projects. And additionally, that 118.5 million represents this current timeline that we are on right now. There is a 4% escalation built in for each year that this is delayed. So in addition to potentially losing grant reimbursement and losing our special legislation, there is also, if we were to bring this project forward for next year's grant cycle, there would be a 4% escalation. That's the escalation that's built into the project.
So the question I have about the legislation that's on slide 13,
Wait, we haven't,
are we going to, should we go through that slide, or, because there is a question I have about that.
Are you, at the June 16th presentation that I included in the board packet, is that what
Yeah,
you're referring to?
36
Certainly, I can
slides.
switch over to that.
Why don't we go into that in the update unless it's related to
That's
the
fine,
calendar?
I
just
want
wanna-
to, well, it
let's-
goes to what she just said about reimbursement rates and Mary Wiehlander and everything out. There's some details in here that I have questions about.
We have some additional discussions to have as relates to the pool building, so I'd like to move on to that agenda item at this point,
Sure.
and then we can take that up.
That's fine, I would appreciate that.
So Maria,
I can switch
if you
over
want
to.
to table this,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Certainly. I'll put this presentation
You leave it up.
up there. Yeah, I'll leave that up as well.
I'm
So,
sorry, what are we talking about
The
now?
pool,
so we're talking about the pool building. The current plan, and actually, let me
building.
see if the current building. Let me scroll over to. Let me scroll over to this picture so you can visualize a little bit. The current project that was recommended, that has been priced out, that we would go to referendum for, includes within that project the ability to keep this, what's in blue, sort of aqua blue at the bottom left there, which is what is currently now on the south side of the school, the district offices, the pool structure, the South Assembly building, the South Gym, and then the associated office/classroom space that is in there. Part of that money, 708,000 of the 118.5 million, is reserved for preserving this building and making the mechanicals complete so that this building can be operated and this building would be eligible for a certificate of occupancy. That money that is included does not renovate the building at all, does not renovate the pool space, but would make that a usable building that could be occupied. And those spaces, minus the pool, obviously because it's not renovated at the moment, those spaces could be used. What I mentioned before about the difference between the slide that said there was 54% reimbursement and Tony's calculation of 53%. The way that the state reimbursements work, there are certain rules governing what is reimbursable by the state in the school construction grants and what items are not reimbursable. And it's incredibly important that we understand that ahead of time so that we can appropriately plan. In our capital planning, we can appropriately plan our bonding. We are not surprised at the end of this. We worked with Antonazzi and Associates, who are architects who have done numerous schools across the state of Connecticut, along with Construction Solutions Group who operated as the owner's manager for the Board of Ed. Both parties are very well versed in the state law and the updates to the state law, and so their building and their building designs reflected maximizing our state grant reimbursement. So we are aware of, when we've done the calculations and then the other parts of this presentation go through that there are certain costs that are not reimbursable. This pool space is part of those costs that are not included in that reimbursement. So in the explanatory text of the referendum, it will describe if this is what is chosen, and if this is the plan that to go forward, that this building would be part of this project. Now, I think we need to have a conversation as a Board of Selectmen and then decide how we're going to bring this to the people of Woodbridge to decide if this is something that people want, that they understand that this is part of the cost, that it's not reimbursable, but they may find use to have a building like this. Is this something we want to go forward with in this plan? From the Beecher Building Committee's perspective, their job was just to make sure this option was available. But this is really up to the boards, this is up to how the residents feel about having this facility, because down the road, again, to Amy's point, this is a facility that may need infrastructure investment down the road as well.
The pool at least.
Well, and there's some remediation to be done in the remaining parts of the building as well. And that part of the building, that roof is not new either. So it could be, they consider this mothballing, meaning that the building could be used, the mechanicals would be whole. This would be a building that would qualify for a certificate of occupancy, for example, if rec wanted to use this for programming, but with the understanding that this building may need infrastructure investment in the future. Now, we would have to take that number for making this building, keeping this building whole, and contrast that with the demolition costs of the building. Currently, in the 118.5 million, that includes the demolition cost of the old Beecher Road School in addition to building the new school. Those demolition costs are included. It's a calculation that's done by square footage. If we chose not to mothball this building and make the mechanicals, they would have to take that money and use a portion of it for the demolition of this part, because it's per square footage. And the demolition that is currently calculated is for the rest of the building and leaving this up. They would have to do that actual calculation, but from a ballpark perspective, the difference between demolition and the 708,000 to mothball that is apparently not a great number. We may be talking about 150,000. And so that's really what the question is. And so what needs to be presented, not just to us, but to the community, is that actual number. And the architects can get that, but what they would have to do is pull out everything they put in the building to mothball it and then talk about demolition. So they have some pencil work to do to get us some accurate numbers, but I asked for a ballpark. We would need those numbers. We would need to talk about this, and we've already had conversations. We're going to be presenting this at our recreation commission meeting. We would have to talk about how we would like to proceed and how we would like to go forward with either keeping this building as a town asset moving forward, or at this point in time, taking down that building. And the difference between the two may not be as great as we initially thought.
Maria, I don't understand why we can't proceed, if it's not reimbursable, why can't we proceed with the assumption it'll be demolished, and then if and when we get grants, we can say, never mind, we won't do that demolition, we've decided to go forward with mothballing instead. Why can't that be an adjustment?
It could. It could. We just would have to.
What we're discussing.
That's why we're discussing it. That's why I'm bringing it to you. That's why, we're talking about options, because we want to be clear, what portion of these funds we're putting into this building. And that is the point of, presenting it to everyone. I don't have a strong opinion either way. My opinion is that this needs to come to all of us, and that this needs to come to the people in town to sort of weigh in on how they feel this building should be used and if we should invest that. I certainly don't want to get to referendum and someone say to me, I didn't realize 700,000 was to go into this building.
I'm asking, then you don't understand my question. My question is, why does this have to be in the referendum? Why can't the referendum
because
it's a number. It's a number.
But why can't, because you said it was.
Yeah, the answer is it has to be in the explanatory text, because when you have people voting on that amount of money, it has to be explained to people exactly what that money is going to be used for in the explanatory text. that gets mailed out to everyone's household. So what we do with
There's not an
this.
option to go back and say, change it and have another.
Well,
There may be an option to talk about it would be one or the other, but again, that's exactly why we're bringing it here, to have that type of
What we-
conversation.
Because it's a lot to decide in a week.
No, right, and that's not the decision we're making.
Right.
Except for understanding that, as Maria said, right now, the plan includes mothballing, not
Right.
tearing it down. So if we want to tear it down, that's a different number, if I understood.
And the
Order of
difference-
magnitude,
Right.
an additional $100,000, order of magnitude, so 700 to mothball it, 800,000 to tear it down kind of thing.
Well, it would be 100,000 less to tear it down,
Less,
but then it
okay.
doesn't become a
That's what I thought it was.
$700,000 question,
So
it becomes
from
a
that
$100,000
perspective,
question.
We can certainly say,
Right.
we're going to tear it down. However, it's going to be years before we get to the point where it's going to be torn down. And we can say, so they don't do anything with it until, but at that, we have to decide now what monies we want to spend. If we keep the $700,000 in there for them mothballing it, we have the option to keep or not keep it. Okay? Because the current demolition costs are less, if I'm hearing correctly.
They are, but it's not going to be, it's going to make it it's not like it's 700,000 or zero. They're going to make a calculation per square footage, and I'm told that's going to be somewhere in the,
So-
this will end up being it might end up being $150,000 less, and again, this
To
is
do
a
what?
back of the,
Sorry, I'm getting
demolish.
to demolish it.
What we
And
need-
at that point, is it worth keeping as an asset for recreation? Is this something that the town wants to invest
Do
in?
we have any estimate of what the operational costs would be? Because
We- it
that
depends-
might
depends on-
expand it
depends
out
completely
from
on
not
the-
$100,000 question, you know?
Right.
Operationally, it depends completely on what you use the building for. They're not gonna be exorbitant if you just keep it the way it is and you don't use the pool and you just leave the pool the way it is and use
Yeah,
the
but
other
why
rooms.
would we do that?
But why would we do that? Correct.
So
if you're
that-
going to use the pool from an operation standpoint, obviously the reason we closed the pool, because operationally it was costing us $200,000 to $300,000 a year. And we weren't getting the use out of it. The difference here, and the reason that it was thought to go in this direction was very specifically, this allows us to separate this structure from the rest of the school from a security standpoint, so that this structure, should there be a pool in it, can be utilized all the time.
And
And what the-
theoretically could generate revenue?
could, as a matter of fact, I've already mentioned to Recreation, and I've talked to pool specialists who are interested in running this as a third party. Running a pool in our town as a third party, and feel like they can generate revenue from it, obviously generating revenue for us as well. So and I will also tell you from my perspective, I still continue to recently getting calls from people saying, we want the pool.
Yeah.
We want the pool. So it's a consideration from that perspective. The urgency is only that we need to know what we're gonna say to the public by the 23rd, and any dollars associated with it, if it's gonna impact on what's gonna be on the referendum.
Well, let me put it this
So
way,
I-
if it's more expensive to mothball and you're talking $150,000 on $118 million, I'd say go ahead with the mothball plan, and then if you decide
To-
down the road to save money, you can do that. But I mean, it's not gonna make a difference in people voting, because the numbers are so astronomical, extra 150 isn't gonna make any difference.
But I think it is a quote special consideration in this project, and therefore needs to be talked about. There is an answer to your question about operational costs, because I asked the architects. So what we're talking about here is the 11,767 square feet of the pool building and the gymnasiums, and the central office space of 1,828 square feet, for a total of about 13,600 square feet, roughly, between the two portions that would be saved in this mothballing. And the architects have said it's between $2 and $3.50 per square foot per year in operational costs for energy to run that. And of course,
Okay.
the range is a pool running or not.
So not staff time, not anything like that?
Correct,
but-
not staff time.
But
from a-
utilities?
Utilities,
Okay.
correct. And again, the range is, do you have an operating pool or do you not? Because clearly the pool
Two and
uses
250.
a lot of energy.
So
But
let's
that
assume
is
it's 350
with a pool.
with the pool, because
Right. But at that point with the pool, you're talking about a standalone rec building, so you do not have, and the reason why we did this is, the reason why the pool could not make money the last couple of years is because it was attached to the school.
yeah.
And
And
for
security.
security reasons couldn't. In this, it's the opposite end of the campus. And so it could be used and it could be revenue generating. My only point in bringing this up was not to advocate one way or the other, was just to talk about it's a special circumstance. It needs to be noted in the explanatory text of the referendum as special circumstance. And so it needs to be discussed with us, with the town, and then I think if we are able to do that in the referendum, keep it and talk about it down the road, I think that that's a great answer as well. We're also engaging our boards and commissions because we want to hear from rec. We want to hear from people for what they can do with that space. One of the points I asked the architects, because we did not know, I didn't know previous to this, perhaps people in the industry do, if mothballing qualified us for a certificate of occupancy, because we wanted to know, could rec use that space even before we renovated, a pool space, and the answer is yes.
Oh, great.
So the building could be used. It's not renovated, but it could be used as is.
The thing
So
I-
to that end, and on this, I agree with you in terms of our approach, and I don't want to extend discussion on this if we can get consensus in terms of where we want to go here.
I'm just trying to, I think that reserves the greatest flexibility of the town. I will say I'm flexible as to a pool being cost effective, because now we have a pool at the JCC. So, and I never want to rob Peter to pay Paul and bring something in that then makes it harder for the JCC to function, with a competitor. I just think that will be a factor down the road, but to the extent we can say we're gonna mothball it for now, we could fill it with cement and make it all assembly rooms. Who knows? I don't know, but the report
So,
says
I'd like
it's
to hear-
reached its useful life.
Let's hear from the rest of the board.
concrete pool is done. It's 30 to 40 years, and it says it's already 50. So people can't think we can just renovate this pool. At this point, we're talking about something, a much more substantial project, if you want a pool.
It seems like going straight to demolition is probably not something that we're ready to do at the moment if we have a portion of the facility that could be used by residents. Maybe it will. I would love to see it become a pool again. I think there's a lot of pool. There's a high demand for pool that I think. I don't think there would be a ton of competition there. I think it'd be a great community asset, and I think just having space, for rec and other programs. So I think it would be reasonable to say let's leave it open as a possibility for an asset for the town and someplace for residents. So,
As a follow-up, before I ask them to do that exercise, do we want more concrete numbers on demolition of that building, or are we comfortable with the architect saying that there's a demolition cost per square footage and doing that rough calculation for us, that the two numbers would not be very far apart?
If it's a matter of short term, and they can get us some, I always prefer more in-depth numbers or more data-driven numbers, if you will, but if that's possible. But even without that, my sense is that my sense would be go in this direction. Steve, I'm not sure where you stand on it.
I think this building clearly can be an asset for the community, and the cost and the scope of this is worth keeping it, mothballing it so that it can be used. If it's demolished, it's very unlikely that we would end up with a future space, or given the number of projects we have, it's hard to envision doing a different building in the future. So with cost being negligible to demolish or preserve, I would much prefer see us preserve and advocate that position.
Henry?
Ditto, yeah.
Okay. We'll work with bond counsel to see how that can be phrased, because special considerations with the project
Yes.
on the site have to be explicitly stated in the referendum language. So we'll work with how to make sure that that's clear and yet explains what we're doing with that.
I think my only concern is that for the public, they need to understand, we're saying mothball it now, that's how we're going for it, but we need to have we're mothballing it for this purposes because we need to have a much larger discussion as to whether or not it has long-term value, and we can change our mind.
Correct.
But I agree with you, Steve, if we can, I mean, depending on the numbers and the cost, maybe there'll be a grant someday that we have.
Okay.
With that regard, I would say that this is probably something that should go on our agendas to talk about, to set up, public information session, public hearing, December, January, February, in the near future, before we get to a phase where we would have to make a decision one way or the other.
Sounds good.
So that we put
Yeah.
that on that
That's reasonable.
future
Thanks
Now
for
we can get
bringing
into that
to our
update you
attention.
were talking about.
update.
I feel like we just got one.
Okay. What we have up and what I included in your packet, I'm just gonna scroll, is the presentation that the building committee received from Antonazzi and Associates this past June. It's in our June 16th meeting. So residents are welcome to go to the WGA TV recording of that meeting and hear them present it. We have the slide deck is also up and filed with the minutes, so you can go and look through it yourself as well. The reason why they came and gave us a renewed presentation is because since our tri-board meeting last September, in September 2025, we had received additional population projections on approved and proposed housing in town, and we also heard from the Board of Education members that they wanted the ability to make a decision about preschool expansion, and so we expanded to 6 classrooms spaces of preschool, which allows the Board of Education to then go ahead and make a decision about how they would like to expand preschool services. Let me scroll through. This is an aerial view of that D3 option, and in blue would be that pool rec space that we just spoke about. The yellow circle is where the new school would be located, and again, the architects went into much greater detail, so I would certainly point you to this presentation if you wanted a good overview. This is an overview of our enrollment projections with and without preschool.
Maria, may I? Oh wait, these are the enrollment projections. Okay.
No, well, this is the cost analysis. So,
Okay.
for the grant application, the state of Connecticut needs to see, even if you never thought to consider it before, along with the renovate, they also need to see a new construction. Because you will get the most reimbursement for what you can prove is the least expensive building option. With a renovate as new, there are some new regulations within the grant administration office. One of them is any renovation project, if the state is giving you grant reimbursement on that, everything that's in that project has to have a lifespan of 20 years. So the reason why renovation is much more expensive is because everything that touches, we have to bring up to code. And we have to make sure that any parts of the building that are touched are brought to several codes, building code, accessibility code, etc. And in the comparison, when we added the square footage and we added the pre-K classrooms, in both comparisons, the new construction still came out, penciled out as the most cost-effective option, just from construction and from a number standpoint.
Which includes the relocation of children, of students.
The relocation of students has to do with the option of only doing infrastructure projects on the current building, because we would have to relocate students if they were doing that. With the new construction, the new building would be built, and then the students would move over, and after they moved over, then the demolition would happen of the old building. So there are no relocation costs associated with that.
Maria, am I correct in terms of the consultants and in the committee, in the building committees having considered options like using the center building, like using other buildings in town, like building additional space at Amity, like, all of these other options
Yes.
that a number of people have brought up, have all been vetted through this process
Correct.
already. So I know you mentioned options, other options previously.
My concern is that the tri-board options were never presented to the public as a whole in a forum where they could all discuss it and ask questions.
So we have presented it, I think we've had 2 tri-board meetings, and we've had several, open community forums where we have had the architects come in and explain all of those options. We had 2 workshops in the beginning of 2025, and they've also come in. They came in here in June, and that presentation can be viewed online as well. And the committee is going out and has several events, which I can talk about at the end of this. I just want to quickly go through this, and then we talk about the committee calendar and the future dates.
But the things that you're talking about, that you talked about early 2025, this September, my understanding is that the presentation of the tri-board was in September of 2025, and since that time, there may have been some discussions, and I'm not saying there wasn't, but there hasn't been a special purpose in the gym, invite everybody, here's what we have to say. It moved on from that one tri-board meeting to decisions. And I, for example, I did not see any time opportunities for the public at large to ask questions.
Yeah,
It may have
we've
been
had
in
several. I
detail.
can go back through the calendars. I don't remember all of the dates off the top of my head. Some of them are on our committee webpage, and all of our meetings, all of our open forums, the dates are all listed on the community webpage. But we did go out to the community and talk about the different options that were presented. I mean, at some point, some of them were, the cost difference was so great that you wouldn't even consider that. So there were some renovate as new options where the cost was much greater than the 2 that ended up in this June's presentation. So we didn't go through in depth all of each individual option, but there were 5 options presented, which showed the building costs for each, and we moved forward with the state comparing these 2, which were the most cost-effective options. And certainly, we have several dates coming up and several opportunities for the community to engage further. So I can go through those as well at the end of this presentation.
All of the building committee meetings, or I won't say all of them, but the majority of the building committee meetings have also had open, public comment.
An open question and answer session.
That's
session.
not
Yeah.
the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but that's in addition to the other things that have
Yeah.
been done. So it's, 'cause I know I've attended 6 meetings myself that were open to the public, that there was an opportunity for back and forth. It's not, if people aren't aware, it's not because there hasn't been an opportunity.
And we are working, the committee has put out our calendar ahead of time. It's on the website, and we have several engagements coming up as well. But this slide is talking about our state grant reimbursement. And you can see that the House bills that are attached to the special legislation that move over, the reimbursement rates and the cumulative rate, both pre and post audit. And as you can see, the architects have teased out the applicable square footage that is associated with each of these pieces of legislation.
So on the next page, there's a actual copy of some of the legislation passed. But it says something, so it mentions at the bottom arrow, forgives prorated share of recent roof replacements. But a previous, I guess what Tony presented is that there's also debt that's not related to roof replacement, so that's not forgiven.
So we clarified that with Representative Welander and her team, and that's a waiver of penalties for both projects.
So why doesn't it say that here?
That I asked the same question because I agree with you. I asked the same question. It is a waiver of penalties for both projects, and that's what's been communicated to the the Office of Grant Administration.
I think we need some kind of a letter that confirms that that's the case.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I think that, and that doesn't mean that we don't have to pay the debt. It's just that we don't
Correct.
pay a penalty for having not used the roof
Right.
and other things for the full life cycle. We're
And-
tearing them down before the debt is paid.
And for clarification, they wouldn't ask us to pay a penalty. They would exercise that penalty in reducing our reimbursement rate. Is how that would happen. They wouldn't ask us to pay anything back. They would just reduce future reimbursement rates. But I do think that that's fair, Amy, and that would make me feel better as well.
Maria,
We
you
do
mentioned.
have the email from Amy, I'm sorry.
Yes,
No,
yes.
We do have the email from Mary
We do,
indicating
we
that
do, we
that's
have
the case, so-
clarification, but I think that that's also beneficial. Yep.
I know we've talked about it, the last Board of Selectmen meeting where Beecher was on the agenda. But the updated enrollment study, do we have a copy of it? And if not, can we see it?
Is that public info?
Yes, it
Is
is.
all of that? Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would,
you can-
yeah, would you be willing to share that with us?
Yeah, we can put it up on we can put that up on the committee webpage, we can file that, absolutely.
And does that take into account the obligation to do a housing growth plan?
Yes. So
How does it do
we're not
that
able
when
to
we don't
take,
know, when we
It
don't
takes
know what
into
our,
account,
we don't know yet how many units we're gonna have.
that is true. What it takes into account is the proposed and projected housing that we currently know about. And
So it
then
doesn't
we
take into
asked,
account.
then
it takes into account
Yes.
Fountain Street, I believe, right?
But
It
it
takes
doesn't
into-
take into account the number that we are going to get at some point in June 2027.
Well, how could it?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
it doesn't take into account what the new housing growth plan might say we need projected, or what type of housing that is.
Yeah.
We can't fit any more students in our current building, and we have scaled up the square footage of this building as a sort of space contingency to make sure that we might have the space.
But that's based on the projections you have now for housing.
That's what we have. to
There's
base
some,
it on.
yes,
I'm
there's,
just saying.
Yeah, there's some room in
acknowledge
here.
some uncertainty that you have these projections, but at
Correct.
the same time, we have this mandate to have a housing growth plan.
Yep.
And that housing growth plan, we won't even know the numbers that are signed by the COG until June of 2027.
right. We have, and we, in response to that, we've scaled up the square footage of the building.
On
It's a consideration.
It
They've done
has
their
been a
best.
consideration,
We-
yeah.
It's consideration that's been, to the best of their ability to be able to factor into this. And
Except-
that's one of the reasons that, except,
Well, my understanding is you have to justify your numbers to the state as to what your square footage needs are. So
Correct.
how do you justify a number that we don't?
So we have a waiver of space standards. That's part of our other special legislation. So, I mean, the reality is you could build whatever size you want. What the state's worried about is the percentage of that square footage you're gonna get reimbursed on.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, and we have a waiver of space standards for our new build, and so that allowed us to scale up our square footage slightly and still get our full reimbursement to prepare for that. That's one of the items of special legislation that we asked for, specifically for that purpose, to prepare for that. This slide, and I don't want to go through the whole presentation from Antonazi, but I just want to point out on this slide how the architects have already teased out the soft costs and the non-reimbursable costs so that we're able to understand from a grant perspective what our final number would be after our grant reimbursement, that work is already ongoing, and that's why it's incredibly important that not only have we partnered with firms that are used to this work and that are helping us maximize our state grant funding, but that we continue to do that in the future.
Can I ask a question on that? In our interview process for a new administrative officer, we heard about one town that took, was 4 years into still seeking reimbursement. Do you have any, and so my understanding is we have to go out, we have to be paying for things. I should have asked this of Tony, but I understand we have to be paying for things while it may be extensive time before, because it's reimbursement.
Yeah, you would have to ask Scott that, I'm not aware of
No,
that.
it wasn't Scottstown, it was another candidate.
Yeah.
But and I'm not gonna get into it, I'm just saying that we
Right.
heard about a specific town that was 4 years into waiting for reimbursement.
And I'm not entirely sure why, I brought that up to our owner's manager construction solutions group, and they said they'd look into it, but they haven't heard of a situation where something's been in the legislature, you go in your audit, there's your square footage. I mean, we've been in a position in town, and I spoke to Tony about this, because in looking through our town records from previous projects, one of the past building projects, the state came back, I guess we had submitted everything, and part of that submission was the bonding costs, and the state in their audit came back and said, that's not a reimbursable fund, so they sent that back to the town. It's possible that was sent in error, so that was one of the only things that I saw in our documents in town that showed that something came back. But that is something that, was probably submitted by accident anyway, because we know that that's not a reimbursable cost.
Okay, so the bonding costs itself are not reimbursable? So
No.
there would be a cost that's not reflected here? Yeah, for the bonding cost, okay.
But
So
the
hopefully
bonding
that's the
cost
only
is,
delay.
the bonding cost goes beyond the Beecher project, if we're bonding for anything. And
Yeah,
we would
but
look
it's-
to bond combined. We would look to combine the
Yeah,
bonding,
but
so we don't pay more than we need to.
But
So
there
the-
is a scale.
Meaning you'd combine capital projects?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, so we'd
Yeah,
we'd
that
minimize
is-
the
yeah,
amount we
the
spend on
amount.
bonding, and we would have to pay for bonding even if we don't do, even if Beecher wasn't part of that,
Yeah.
that process.
So I know, Maria, you have content to get through on this slide, but going back a little bit to the schedule you reviewed moments ago, in the context of a question I asked maybe you or Tony earlier about the Board of Finance's review of our capital plan, let's call it. And I see on the schedule, Board of Finance is meeting on the 17th. To my understanding, the part of the point of Board of Finance is to help advise us, or to advise us. I would really appreciate having their input on this, like have them vet it and provide us with some
They've been,
advisory information.
they've been advised that we're looking for that.
Okay,
They
so
have.
is there adequate time, given this timeline, for that?
Yes.
okay, I
Yes, this is not a project, I mean, they've been as engaged in understanding that this is something that's happening as any of us have.
Okay.
So it's more a matter of, okay, now we have the details, what questions do you have?
Yeah.
Tony's giving you the presentation, what questions do you have? And then they're moving,
And then
identify.
we'll have an opportunity to meet with them or hear from them, or we just have to watch that meeting. I was just hoping for a little interaction with the board, like formal interaction with the board. I understand there was an intention for tonight.
We can, on the 23rd,
Have that,
well, we can, they're meeting on the 17th, we're meeting on the 23rd.
yeah.
So we will know from their perspective what they'd like to recommend, and we can comment on it at that point in time.
Okay, if they're prepared to make that turnaround time.
Correct.
On slide 14, though, if we could just go back, what is estimated town share before ineligibles? I'm still trying to understand this lingo. It says, it's on the far right. What are the ineligibles?
The soft costs that are in there, which is, desks, chairs, everything that you put into, the building as well.
What
Things
did
like
I
the
put,
pool building.
Yeah, you
Yes.
said. But when you say estimated town before, so meaning.
The bonding costs, the pool building, right, those are really the only two ineligibles that are not there. The soft costs, and
So
the square
really you mean
footage.
excluding ineligibles?
You mean, the point is, what town would have to
Sorry.
pay will also, there'll be some extra costs beyond what's in that light blue column, because there's costs that are not reflected, because they're.
Okay, so that just means those numbers do not reflect the
That's not the
pool
net.
and the, okay.
It's also, there'll be bonding costs, and it's not clear to me what else there will be. It might be helpful to have that figured out.
Well, yes, and those are reflected in the soft costs that are there. And, also the fact that, on this slide, it's very clear when I talk about grant reimbursement and how different percentages are applied to certain areas. The central office space is reimbursed at a different rate than educational space,
Interesting.
as one of the biggest
What a
examples of that.
complex situation.
But it is important, I think, to understand that, because we don't want to end up in a situation where we go forward and then on audit we get surprised by something. I mean, I think another example of this is, large auditorium spaces are not fully reimbursed at your highest rate. You certainly don't want to get into a situation where an architect proposes something and everyone goes, that's a great idea, and then you find out at the end of the day that square footage is not reimbursable. So I think we have partnered with people with firms that know this and know the rules inside and out and help us, and we have said we need to maximize grant reimbursement, and I think it's important that we continue to do that down the road with whomever we can, we engage with on this project, because that is what is going to keep us tight. Two, I wanted to point out this slide, one, because it is a incredibly pared down and brief timeline of the pre-study work that was done, and some documents that you can look for. I think the other thing to note is we did hire Construction Solutions Group as our owner's project manager, and he's been instrumental in walking us through this process. Our building officers have also recommended for a project of this size and this scope that we have an owner's manager. And that owner's manager would do exactly what you were speaking about before, would be managing this project from a higher level, would be ensuring that contracts were all set, change orders, that they have a, and Dwight and Nigel can certainly speak to this more eloquently than I can, but they would keep the town's interests in mind as we navigate such a large project, keeping people on time, keeping contracts tight so that we have recourse if something were to go wrong, all of that. And so that has been their recommendation, that for this size and scope that we go ahead and do that. And that is something that the committee would also prepare an RFP for.
Okay, and do we have an estimated cost of what that service?
They get paid by making sure that this project runs on schedule. That cost is already folded into that
Oh, it is?
$118.5 million.
Okay.
Yes, and that language about the owner's manager will also be in the
In the
referendum text. Yep,
Okay.
the explanatory text of the referendum.
Does the explanatory text, is the 118 million with interest, or is the explanatory text say that that's the amount, and then we have to, interest could be varied?
That's the amount on the project. The interest is going to vary depending
that-
on what your mix of borrowing and bonding is, what is the rate at the time. So that number is the cost of the project. It does not
Yeah.
take into account interest because they have no way of knowing how Tony or whoever the finance director is going to separate that number into borrowing versus bonding, what that bonding schedule is, what the interest rates are, et cetera, which is why we need Tony's presentation and Tony's estimates from our financial advisor about
So
how
my
to
question
proceed.
is about including that in the explanatory text, that 118 million is the actual cost.
Yes.
And does not reflect the borrowing carrying costs, the interest.
I'd
the
imagine that
bonding,
would
et
have to
cetera.
be.
I think would
Yeah,
think
we
that
can-
would
That would
have
be
to
a-
be in the
No,
explanatory.
Yeah.
that would be that would be during the bonding process. That would be
Well, I
when,
would think that would be in the explanatory text to explain what the $118 million is. That's
It
what I'm
will.
asking.
Slash what
Yes.
it's not. you
Correct.
know.
But
Yeah.
it has to include what is included in that as well.
it will include what's involved in it, but
Yeah.
it's the cost of the project.
Yeah.
So you're
I know,
voting
but
on the
you-
cost
but
of the project.
voters, without an explanation, might think it includes all of the interest as well, and it does not. That's what I'm asking.
I think it will specify that it only includes the cost of the project.
That's what I'm saying. It needs to say, but it's the
Okay,
cost,
I
and,
got it.
and it should say only the cost of the project. People might say cost, but not the landscaping. You need to say cost, but not the borrowing
Understand.
costs. That's what I'm saying. It's the actual cost of the project.
For the last slide in this presentation, I just want to point out, this is slide 34, and this talks about the 5 different options that were, originally presented in September 2025 and then carried through in the overall feasibility of doing these projects. So how each building design would function from an educational standpoint, from a building maintenance standpoint, and from a cost schedule standpoint for the town. So I think that's something to point through, how each of these options has been worked through from all of these standpoints in a grading system and that this is what helped guide the building committee's decision to move forward with D3 as the option. So this took into account all of the different, from an educational standpoint, from a building maintenance standpoint, and from a cost and schedule standpoint. So I just wanted to point that out as one of the final pieces from this slide. And again, I would encourage everyone to go to WGA TV, look at that June 16th meeting, and listen to their presentation, because they certainly had much more detail than I am presenting. But I just wanted to present that as an overview. And the other part of my update from the committee is just to talk about what's upcoming, where we are. They've had several community touch points, and we are moving forward with several more. The next few that have been listed on our town webpage and been sent out by town this Saturday, the 29th. The police department has an event in the morning from 10:30 to 1, And I would encourage everyone to go to that. And then at 1 o'clock, come on over to the library. And there is an open community, a small presentation, an open community forum for all residents. And we can certainly go through this and answer any questions. It is a back and forth. It's not a public comment. So we welcome everyone to join us then. The building committee, as well as Mika and myself, will be at the senior center. We were there this morning. We will be there again on September 8th. We have building committee meetings in between there every other week, but the next large forum will be September 15th. That's a regular building committee meeting, but we are turning that into another large community forum as well. So those are our touch points upcoming. The website has been updated. Residents can go to the website. There is a financial page that is up. There is the one example that Tony showed in his slides today about the average home in Woodbridge and the peak of the per $100,000 of assessment. What we have asked him to do, and he has done, is the full 10-year look of what every single year would look like. So you know where we got that average from, and you can see years 1 through 10 on the website. And then there's also a link to the assessor's page to check your assessment, so you can do that calculation yourself and see per 100,000. You can look at your assessment and you can see your actual tax impact should this continue on schedule and the borrowing schedule continue the way that it's been presented
Maria, I'm
today.
not sure I understood that. Are you saying you're presenting an average for people, or you're going to show that, because he
Both.
showed a bulge?
Correct.
Yeah.
We are showing year by year, and it's currently on the committee webpage right now. I could also bring it up for
No, that's okay. I think the bulge is important for people.
yes, and we communicated to people that the highest year of impact and what that would be.
Okay.
Yep. So that is up on the webpage as well, and I would encourage everyone to go and take a look at that. We've had a newsletter that has gone out. The second newsletter has been mailed and should be in people's mailboxes next week. And there will probably be a third mailing with information from the building committee, probably focusing on our charter and the referendum process and the voting that will come out in the first couple weeks of September as well.
So my understanding is all communication has to end, official communication, once we vote. So you're saying that you would have a third mailer before?
Yes.
And is in any of those mailers, are you actually identifying opportunities for the public to hear about these things? Because, everything has been by email.
Yes, so our opportunities, there are everything that I've mentioned here, as well as additional dates, are on newsletter number 2. That should be in mailboxes by next week. By the time newsletter number 3 comes out, there probably won't be additional community forums after that. That will probably be a voter information, for information purposes type of mailing. But the town webpage, the Beecher Building Committee button on the town webpage has all of our events. The building committee webpage has all of our events. Just like with the other boards and commissions, people can sign up for updates. You can get an email alert every time something comes out, and our communications director has done a great job of blasting that out as well. And we've used services like the rec lists and library as well to let people know what opportunities for engagement.
So I don't have it with me, but I received complaints from people about the first mailer, that it looked like it was coming from town hall as opposed from the Beecher Building Committee. So they thought it was coming from the Board of Selectmen. So I don't know if you all heard of that, but I do think it's a sensitivity as to who the voice is, and it wasn't clear in the first mailer.
Well, the voice is the town. These are informational. These mailers are meant to be informational, to provide people with the information that they need. So they are, the building committee is an ad hoc committee of this board, which serves the town. But I understand. I think people would be happy with the layout of the mailer that's coming out next week. I'm certainly interested in feedback on that. Also, I have to double check, but I believe if you want an advanced look, it may be up on the webpage. And if it's not, it should be up by the end of the week. There's a section on our webpage for newsletters, so it should go up. You will be hearing.
Is this beecherroadschoolproject.org?
Yes.
Is that the webpage? Okay.
Yes. And it can be linked both of them can be linked back and forth to the town page. On the last update is on the September 8th meeting, there will be a funding request coming from the building committee for some legal assistance.
This does say Town of Woodbridge on the top, this flyer.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
It's a bit of a problem.
Well, it is
This is
coming
the-
from the town, and we
This
represent
is
the town of
August
Woodbridge.
Yeah, but it doesn't, yeah.
so it does have the town.
It looks
seal.
like it's coming from Mika, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I
Like
mean,
all
it
the
is
others.
coming from, it's information from a town committee.
First one was a bit of a confusion, because certainly I wasn't in a position to tell them what was there, because I wasn't as aware of it as I am in this one. I don't have as an issue in terms of the way it's been structured at this point. And the building committee is making it clear in terms of what they're putting out the notifications. They are holding the sessions, so there's certainly not an issue from my perspective.
So we will be putting forward a funding request for some legal assistance at the September 8th meeting,
What's September 8th?
our Board of Selectmen meeting.
Ninth.
Ninth,
Ninth.
September 9th. Sorry,
Wait a minute,
Please, I was,
September 9th meeting.
thank you.
We're at the senior center on the 8th, but
Senior center on the ninth.
9th, sorry.
the,
I'm getting my
And I would
dates all
say
confused.
those-
Lynn is
not
correct,
all
yes.
those dates
All
are
on
on
the
the
9th.
website, though.
The-
Only 2 are on the website, just as an FYI.
They're on one spot. There is a link that when you link out to it, they're not all on the second one, so we do have to get that fixed.
Okay.
You are correct. There is one spot that does not list all of them. Yeah. They should be all on the intro page, though.
funding request you said at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and that's related to the
That's for, funding request for legal assistance related to voluminous
multiple.
FOIA requests, that are unmanageable at this point for the volunteers.
Maria,
And-
I have a couple questions. Is now a good time, or do you have more?
Sure, the last part is just about our 824 review to TPZ, but certainly
Okay. No,
happy
go
to take
ahead.
questions.
You finish. Hannah.
So any building project that's on town property, by state statute, has to go forward to town planning and zoning for an 8-24 review. Anytime we're making a proposal involving acquisition, sale, lease, improvement, location, relocation of municipal property, TPZ has to do a review to evaluate the property, make sure that it aligns with our POCD and our town goals. And so we do need, as a board, to formally refer this to TPZ for an 8-24 review.
So I just have one question, when they do that, I know we need a motion. on
Before, yeah, let's make the motion, and then we can,
I can do that. I move that we formally refer the Beecher Road School Building Project to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission for an 8-24 review
And report, it says on the agenda.
Second.
and report.
And then my question is, when they look at it,
Okay.
it was like.
No, sorry.
So my question is, when there have been several people who have stated that there's concerns about ledge on this building, is that something, is there mapping that TPZ can look at? Is there any consideration, or no?
Certainly, if TPZ has questions, they can talk to the architects, because they looked at that as well during this whole process. That also helped them understand where on this campus they could put the building, because there was always a possibility that we couldn't do something else on this campus and would have to move somewhere else. So they certainly have information they can share with TPZ as well.
So it's your understanding that that issue of ledge has been looked at by the architects, and it's
Yes.
not a concern?
It has been looked at, and this is where they've engineered this building,
Okay.
and they feel that this can go on that site. Interestingly enough, this work was done in the year 2000 as well, and we found this, looking through town records, also in the year 2000, a different architectural firm also found that that this is where they would place the new building as well.
I think that would be helpful, because
Yeah.
there is questions.
I'll reach out to Jeff just to make sure he understands and see if maybe there's a resource available that he and his commission
Thank
would
you.
like to speak with. There's been a motion. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, no.
There's a motion and a second. Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Perfect. And then I am finished with my update. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, does anyone else have any? Because I know our voices haven't heard a lot. Okay, so my couple of questions have to do with, so I really appreciate the initiative to, or attempts to get this information out there. The community survey suggested we need to improve, right, on our information sharing. So the more different ways and different audiences, the better. I do feel, and this was something I believe Amy and I included in one of our memos, to my understanding was the April memo, that having a fiscal plan for them would be of particular value. Of course, there's so much information with the building and process for you to be conveyed, but I'm not sure in your list of upcoming events, I heard anything about something specific to, the capital planning fiscal plan. Is that on the docket?
So
Could it be?
I think that's an excellent question and an excellent point. From the building committee perspective, I mean, understand the building committee can only speak to this project.
Yeah.
But I do think one of the reasons why all of these capital projects are coming due as once is because I think as a town, we just have not done a good job of long-term infrastructure planning and long-term fiscal planning past, terms. And we have very short terms, we have short election cycles, and I think we're moving from one cycle to the next and one term to the next, and we're looking out at a 6-year capital plan, but then that changes every couple of years. And I think that's led us to the place that we are in now, collectively, where we have a police station that's in dire need of renovation and repair. We have older buildings in town that also need repair. We have more recent buildings whose are not as recent as we think and whose life cycle is coming up that they also need repair. And we have buildings like this that not only are in need of repair, but also are not servicing the community the way that they should be. And I think we're in this position because we haven't looked at that. And Amy and I have had this conversation, even looking at the POCD. I think the current POCD does a great job of telling us what we should look at and what we could plan for, but not a great job of how to pay for all of that, how to pay for the planning and how to pay for the implementation of all of the great ideas that are in there. And I think it's something that is lacking, and I think it's something that is greatly needed. I think prudent fiscal management is not just making the next budget year look good. I think it's making sure that you are looking at the long term, and that doesn't necessarily make the next year look great, so people don't always appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I think long-term planning, both from an infrastructure perspective, and I mean like all infrastructure in town, and from a finance perspective, it's not the flashy, fancy work, but I think that that's what gets us to smoothing out the cadence of our infrastructure, of our replacement schedule, of how we invest in our town. And I think what we're talking about here with all of these projects is how do we invest properly? How do we take those tax dollars and invest them in what is used and what is needed? And how do we do that in a schedule that, prioritizes what's used, but also gets us to a place that we need to be, and gets us to a place where our finances are a little more smoothed instead of this, being surprised with capital improvement projects or not understanding how Band-Aiding a problem by fixing perhaps one thing affects the overall building and how the building is used.
Well, I think in that I agree, and in the same context, I think a lot of people might feel like their taxpayer dollars are already invested in this building, they're still paying them off, and I think they are owed the explanation in the forecasting. So we're in agreement that this would be a good thing to do.
Right.
So to get back to my question, and maybe this is better suited for Mika and his staff, can we and will we have this public forum on the capital planning?
Right.
We had I know there's more work to be put into that presentation. It was a crunch to get it to its state tonight, but can we present this in a meaningful way to the public in advance of the referendum?
Right.
I really advocate for that, and hope we can achieve that
The problem is we'd have to do it all
before
the 23rd.
of September.
We can't talk about.
Well, that gives
Well,
us
it
a month.
doesn't mean, it technically doesn't mean we can't
we asked in
present
April.
facts to people, especially if this is a conversation not just about the school, but about capital
How the
planning.
school fits in.
In general, the quiet period refers to not spending municipal funds to advocate for a project. It does not mean that you cannot continue to put out information. In fact, there's a statute that stipulates you have to put out information, especially about the referendum. I do think it's important for people to understand that there are sunk costs in what has previously been invested in that school, but they also need to understand that this project is trying to stop that cycle
Yeah.
of sinking costs into a building that is not servicing us. I mean, for example, We had tours of the building last June, and the HVAC system was working perfectly. And for anyone who listened to the Board of Education meeting, it's $56,000 that has to be invested into the chiller because that infrastructure broke down. So it is to prevent further costs from being sunk into a building that does not have the appropriate classroom space. And the same thing for all of our buildings, which is why capital planning for all of them is
Well,
important.
you bring up an interesting point because in all of our capital planning, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard, and not to say this is a bad thing from the Beecher Committee, but I've never heard, if we don't, it will cost X, Y, over. And that is helpful information to have. However, it would be even more helpful if I could understand where those numbers are coming from. Like, I did read in the Town Chronicle, did you read that article, the 45 to $60 million question, I think was the title, and it raised a really, like, a question that got me thinking, like, what are of those costs are, typical end of use expectancy versus other costs, and I'd encourage you to read the
So
article.
they're all end of life cycle costs, but you have to understand that they are all estimates. And I've had this conversation with other members of the public and other residents who have asked a similar question. You have to understand that the architects did the best job they could, knowing, that this is their profession, of understanding the life cycle of a certain mechanical or the life cycle of a certain piece of infrastructure, and understanding when that life cycle is up, what is the cost of replacing that in today's dollars. But what we did not do is go out to bid on those numbers. We did not have an engineer come in and completely take the whole thing apart, look at it completely, and then put it back together. So that is why that's one of the other reasons why there's a range, because you could look at, a certain system and say, okay, well, it's supposed to last us another 3 years. Maybe we'll get another 8 out of it, and then we're going to have to replace the system. And in today's dollars, it costs X. But once you start opening up the system, you may find that there's other problems with it. That work has not been done because that work requires you to hire a firm to go in and engineer this. So there is a part of that number that we're going to have to be happy with the fact that this is the architect's best estimate in today's dollars without having that completely engineered.
But do we have
We
the
got to
list of what comprises that?
We got to this point by systematically looking at the particular needs and the urgencies and the priorities as relates to capital expenditures or particularly capital infrastructure costs. What we've put together is very specifically along the lines of what you are saying as far as us looking at this from a long-range perspective and understanding what investments we need to make at this point in time. It's an ongoing process. It's not something that in 2 weeks we're going to be able to put together a full fiscal analysis as to everything we need, much because of what Maria is indicating. In order to do that, you need experts to tell you sometimes what it is that things are going to cost. So we will continue to do what we're doing. We've got additional resources, and we've got additional experience, and we've got additional, and when I say that, I talk about the building officers, I talk about our administrative officer, and I talk about our finance director, who at this point in time, now that we have these resources, we're in a better position to do these things. As far as the planning is concerned, we're all part of that process. We go through the budget cycle every year, and a 6-year capital plan is included as part of that process. If there's questions to be asked about what we need and how we need it, that's the time for us to bring that up.
But our budget our budget discussions didn't say there's $60 million of short-term expenses
So there are
for Beecher.
the $60 million, the higher
Not to
range-
cut you off, Mika, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but I
that
just-
higher
It's okay.
range is because without being engineered, there
Yeah,
could be
or
unknowns.
45, whatever.
And that's also with escalation, because that's over the 20 years of the bonding. So if you did everything right now, it would be, and I think it was estimated in Tony's slide that the district put together, was it 47 million is what the immediate next capital projects would total out. If we only did half of them now and half of them in a few years, you may have some escalation on that second half. Remember, even in the Beecher, even in the current project, we have a 4% escalation year over year. So the higher range, some of that money in that higher range has to do with putting these projects off in future years and not knowing, and that cost escalation of the building materials, et cetera. So that's where that higher range comes in. Not that that number, and that it actually makes a very good point, not all of that is in today's dollars. What the school district presented in Tony's presentation
That
today.
is a very helpful thing to convey when sharing that information.
Right. What the district
has not.
conveyed in Tony's presentation today, that is in today's dollars to do all of that. If we then put that off, we could reach that 60 million mark. And when the architects did do their presentation in June and when they presented this material in the tri-board, they did mention that. But again, someone would have to sit through the 3-hour
Yeah.
tri-board
We don't-
meeting to get that information.
And you
but-
don't need to look,
Yeah.
you don't need to look deep. We've replaced the roof for $2.5 million a year ago, 2 years ago. That was a portion of the roof. I believe it was no more than 25 or 30% of the roof, which means over the course of the next 20 years, you're going to need to do 3/4 of that roof again. It costs us $3 million today. If you just multiply that out by the 4, which is, as you said, in today's dollars, that's $12 million. If we try to upgrade from an ADA perspective so that we can there's windows that need to be taken care of. These are absolutely things we need to budget for on a long-term basis going forward. But now we have the ability, we're taking a different tact, we're looking at it differently, specifically to understand and identify those types of costs so that we can manage them in a better way.
Yeah.
That's what this process is about. But right now, we are in a situation where we need to take some action on very important infrastructure issues and concerns, and space concerns, and learning concerns that we're presenting here as part of what we're doing. There's much more work to do.
Yeah.
And we plan to do it, and I'm grateful for having someone like Scott with the experience that he has, and someone with Tony who knows the town as well as he does, and being able to do it as a group, in addition to our board getting involved in understanding what they want to do, so.
And I would say that in addition to the capital improvement summary that the architects did for us and prepared for us on that campus, our school district also intimately knows this information.
Has that been shared with us, that?
There was a slide in Tony's presentation
Yeah.
that came from the school that outlined that, and
The capital
that-
projects?
correct, the
Okay,
capital
that-
projects that were upcoming. Our facilities director, Donna, our director of business and operations, they have a list of all of the capital projects, they understand the end of life of the different systems that are in our building, and so they've put that information together. They've
Yeah.
married those two, their
I see
information
this.
and their knowledge, what the architects have put together to help quantify that number for us so we have a better understanding. But I think you bring up a good point of what that range means. So that presentation that they've added that Tony gave today with that information from the school district, that's in today's dollars.
Yeah, the
But then-
44,935.
Right. But now if you go ahead and go out and don't bond for that all in 1 year and start spreading that cost out, there's cost escalation on that. Similar to how there's escalation already built into the timeline of the Beecher project, but if we delayed it a year, there would be further escalation.
And
From
some
my-
of that will be costs you cannot control because you can't have the building offline. So if you have water incursion, for example, mold, water incursion, issues like that, and the building goes offline, that is our school.
Yes, I'm not
So
questioning
so
the.
those are things that even with the projections of putting them off, we will not necessarily have control, because if the decision is part of the building is offline and we don't have a place to educate students, or
Yeah.
there's no choice.
Yes,
choice
and
there.
I'm not trying to get into the weeds of right choice or wrong choice. I'm just trying to understand the information as it's being conveyed, and because it didn't make sense to me, and I'd imagine if it's not making sense to me, it might not make sense to the populace, only because of how ingrained I am in what's going on with town relative to the populace. But so I just think, for whatever it's worth, consistency in like being specific about what we're saying is really important, and I'd imagine consistency with how Tony or anything that comes out of town hall, how that is being framed, it would probably set the whole town up for success. of understanding at least, because like I think the flyer I saw on your website, on the project website, says $80 a month anticipated. Tony said 209, but obviously it's a different it's a
Metric.
different
Yes.
metric, but like people just latch on.
Well, and so that's the
numbers.
correct. So Tony's presentation
Yes.
was, that number was for the total debt of all of the projects.
Based on
And I think-
$100,000.
Correct.
No, I understand
Yeah.
the differences. I'm just saying for general information sharing.
Right.
I just said for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
It might be good
No,
to
I-
coordinate and ensure consistency.
Yeah, I
Appreciate
agree.
it.
I agree with you. We have been moving forward. I actually, and I think that's why I suggested when we talked about that, what we should put up on the building committee page. And the building committee can only speak to this project.
Yes.
But I think with all of the
I
capital
suggest- yeah.
projects in town, I think it's prudent the town has a capital projects
Mm-hmm.
page on their website where that $200 number is reflected, so people understand. This is the calculation from strictly the building committee standpoint. This is the calculation of everything, to clarify that. Because I think we have so many capital projects on our plate that having a town financial page where you can go and click and understand what the long-term planning means for your taxes, just like we did on the Beecher page, is helpful to understand the difference between those two numbers. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Appreciate the discussion. And with that, I'd like to move on to our next item on our agenda, which is our, for the first time, our loan administrative officer report.
Fantastic.
Scott?
Any chance I could borrow the click share?
Happily.
Thank you. And then I'd
Give it a
also,
second, Scott. Just let it,
oh yeah,
give it a
let
Oh,
me
do I have to do something to
no. I think it usually clicks off by itself. Give it a try. Give it a try.
let's see what happens.
Here it is, yeah.
Click share.
And I'd like to, for this portion of this, I'd like to, for those who don't know Nigel, this is Nigel Light. He is one of our building officers. And Nigel, would you mind just coming up and
By the way.
joining us here at the center table? And Scott, if it's going to take you a moment, I'm wondering if it might not be a good time. It might be a good time for us to just take a quick break, maybe 2 minutes while Scott
Sure,
sets
you
up the
can-
presentation. But I'd like if we could just keep it to a few minutes, folks,
Yeah,
and
I won't even
and get
move.
right
I'll
back.
just stand.
So. The agenda is, and I'll leave it to Scott, but this is, I'll leave it to Scott.
Okay, thank you all. Just wanted to give you an update as to where we are now, about 4 weeks into understanding the capital projects needs from the town's perspective, without the school essentially being part of it. And I personally would like to thank Dwight and Nigel as well. They've been very instrumental in helping myself and Brad and a few other members of the community, Tony, kind of get our head around this and start putting together a plan. So in your packet, you have been given a Microsoft project document that outlines all of the different capital projects. This is something that Nigel put together. It is purely a draft right now. The starting dates aren't really plugged in. There's a lot to be changed with it, but this is going to be a tool that will allow us to get the bigger picture. So it's just not the school, it's just not the roofs, it's not the PD, it's all of it. So you can see the entire picture coming together as we develop through the plan. To give you a quick update of where we are right now, we have issued and signed the contract with the architect, and today the kickoff meeting for the police renovation project happened over at the training center. So they are starting their process, and they will be bringing a presentation to you folks when they're getting through that process so that they can go to some sort of means of appropriating money. Additionally, we have done the roof RFQ. We met with we reviewed 9 proposals. We actually met with 5 firms, shortlisted it down to 3, and at your next meeting on the 9th, we will be coming forward with a recommendation on who should be doing the roof project for us as an architect, so that we can bring that project forward for funding, ultimately a contract like the police department, so that we can gather all that information for a funding request through a referendum of sorts, whatever is chosen at that point. So that's where we are with that. The PD, we are going to, myself, Brad, and Dwight are going to be starting talking about the RFQ for the MEP project, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, so that we can get that done, so that we can essentially bring all these pieces together, because I think what you guys were saying is you wanted to see the whole picture of the plan. So all of these pieces are going to come together, and when it's all plugged in, you can see what the overall 6-year plan is going to look like.
Can I ask,
Sure.
mechanical, electrical, plumbing, where?
Campus-wide.
Campus-wide, and
So-
that's separate from the HVAC issue?
It's part, HVAC is part of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. HVAC actually falls under plumbing for the most part, from
But
my
it'll go
understanding.
beyond that. So like for the center building, there was talk about an electrical panel upgrade. It would be an electrical panel upgrade. Okay, and mechanicals would be,
Mechanical systems are heating, that kind of
Boilers.
stuff. Boilers.
Heating, cooling,
Okay.
air handling units,
Yeah.
chillers.
okay. Okay,
Yeah, and both the roof and the MEP project are part of the PD. The PD Police Department right now has a project moving forward with their renovation, but both the roof and the MEP play into filling out that entire puzzle
for the
as well.
center building, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So with that, we'll be able to get through this and be able to present you folks with a bigger picture so that you can see what the overall cost is going to be, for the whole picture, so that you can understand and help us bring it forward to the public for a vote.
So for the, just so I understand it, for the police renovation, they'll only be doing the interior? Is that what
The
you're saying?
roof.
No,
Okay,
so
I'm just confused a little bit,
yeah,
because I
so-
thought they were gonna be doing more than that.
they are, but they are not going to be doing it in the sense, we have these 3 projects that we're calling roofing for the campus-wide,
Right.
of which their building participates in. We
Right.
have the MEP campus-wide, which their building participates in, as well as their overall renovation of the interior space, making it more usable for the police department to function in their current needs, much like we were talking about the school needing their proper space to function and educate. The PD has that same need.
Right, including the new EOC.
Right, and I think the reason that happens is because, that's a bigger building over there. So you're kind of looking at a piece of it, but we're also gonna be taking care of the whole envelope like you're talking about for the other campus-wide issues.
So-
With the exception, I guess we gotta look into the windows or how that plays out long
Yeah,
term.
yeah, I guess my only question is, it may be that we focus first on the center building for those MEP/roof issues, if that's gonna be most efficient with the police interior renovation project, and not necessarily, I mean, it's not clear to me that we would, do the library and the town hall all at the same time. That's what I don't understand.
Well, we're
That would be
gonna-
a pricing issue, right?
Yeah, you get the biggest bang for your buck by awarding it as a roofing project.
Okay.
So that way we can get all the materials. The other thing that we want to do to make sure from a maintenance point of view is that all the materials and all the manufacturers that we're getting are all the same.
Yeah.
So that way we don't piecemeal our campus together, because
That makes sense.
That's
for
smart,
for
yeah.
Brad, it's a lot of effort for him to stockpile 18 SKUs of tile and 18 of
Yeah.
this and 18 of that. So we're gonna try to do it all in one. So when we award the contract for the roof, it is gonna be, I don't know, let's say Certainty, because I know that company, but I'm sure it won't be. But the idea is that we're gonna warranty so that product, so that we know exactly what we have. We can only have to stock it for, single repairs or whatever we need. And it makes it easier on Brad and his staff for maintenance and repair.
Right, no, that makes sense. I guess,
But we will do the construction in phases. We're not gonna tear
Okay,
this
okay.
campus. One of the things that
because
we're
they're
very.
not all in the same need.
No.
Building by building.
Yeah, and one of the things we also said is that this is a very active campus, and that's one of the things we were dealing with our vendors, is we wanted them to be understanding and cognizant and aware that this is an active campus, and we can't just, for instance, take over the town green and staging for the roofing project for 8 months, and then, oh, by the way, during the summer, you're not going to have your concert on the green. So those are some of the things that we've been working with these vendors to make sure they understand and have done work like this in the past, so that they can be very sensitive to, how this campus is left, and it needs to function, just like the senior center needs to be able to function, the library needs to have to be able to function. We can't be shutting these buildings down. And that's one of the reasons why we're very cautious about the vendors that we've been talking to about the roof, is because most vendors are used to doing like big school projects, and in the summertime, they're closed for the most. Administrative people are there maybe, but the kids are not there, so it's easier. We're trying to make sure that the vendors we're talking to understand that this is an active campus and needs to maintain, and then the PD itself is a 24-hour operation, so we can't be blocking entrances, we can't be blocking access to the building and stuff like that. So, we're spending a lot of time and working with Dwight and Nigel. We understand that because they have extensive experience in the construction trades before, so they can bring that to this conversation, and it's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Nad, do you have any comments with regard to that, as far as your experience and your approach in terms of what we're doing here?
Well, the approach is when Dwight and I were given your charge, we started looking at tools that you're missing. And I heard a comment about capital planning and scheduling and how do you fiscally look out 3-4 years. So the document that you have up on the screen there and in your package is a Microsoft project schedule that we started to work on. As Scott said, it's a draft. But what we started to do is, where we had projects with the building committee, we discussed event durations, milestone tasks, what Board of Finance meeting do you want to get to, what Board of Selectmen meeting do you want to get to. I triangulated all those Tuesday and Wednesday dates with Tony, and we started to flesh out the schedule, so that the goal of it is really to give town management and you people a tool that you can use. The goal right now for me in the very, very short term is to make sure that all the dates and events and things that we have in here are the best that we know at this point in time. Now, unlike a schedule that you might force on a construction manager or a general contractor, they get held to the schedule. This is not that kind of schedule. You're not being held to this in the same contractual way. It's meant to be a monitoring tool, so that you can take a look at today's date, and you can look at all the bars on your particular project, whatever one you're interested in looking at. Are we ahead of schedule? Are we behind schedule? And if we're behind schedule, why are we behind schedule? I did get an awful lot of help from Maria on the school. In the second page is a very much larger process roadmap, if you like, and Maria was able to feed me an awful lot of information. I then also went back to Antonozzi Architects with a couple of questions on pre-construction durations and construction durations, just to triangulate the view, and you can see there's a lot of line items in there. So we believe that this sort of detail would give you a really good roadmap for what your next 2 to 3 to 4 years would look like for the bigger capital projects that you've got. You know, we don't think this tool is good for a little $500,000 project, but you know, when you're talking about the police department, roofing, the MEP infrastructure, the school especially, and even on the last page, I've started adding in the community connectivity one that, and I had a conversation with SLR on those durations, which are a little foggy right now because they're dealing with the Connecticut DOT, and there's lots of process right now between now and the end of the year for them to get through with them, and who knows how quickly that's going to
Just for clarification, for people who may not realize that the community connectivity that Nigel is referring to is the lot zip project in our business district.
Thank you.
So this is the beginnings. I think, like I said, I'd like to get to sort of a baseline that will then cast, and we'll title it as the baseline, and we'll date it. And it's going to be a tool for everybody to use, you know, just a reference guide that you can look at to say, okay, when's our next meeting? And the hope would be, if we have a meeting that's wrong, or a milestone task that's wrong, or you want to question the duration of an event, come back to us. Come back to Dwight or I. We're both kind of working on this. I authored it, but you know, Dwight and I talk all the time. Come back to us and just keep us updated. It's meant to sort of be a fluid document, you know, and we'll publish it every few weeks or every month, you know, for your meetings, and just keep it up to date so that you can see the progress on each of these big projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is helpful.
Scott, anything more?
Just in my experience has been that if you are not measuring your progress, that's where you get behind, and all of a sudden the costs start to overrun and things just never seem to end and continue. So having something like this is going to be instrumental for us to keep on top of these projects and make sure that, you know, we're getting things done quickly and being good stewards of the resources that, you know, the residents have given us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will we get routine, from your monthly reports, will we get routine updates of this document? Because this is a living document.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, obviously, this is the first time that I've given a report, but I'd be happy to stay on top of this, working with Dwight and Nigel. And I'm going to be, you know, I'm sitting in on the PD renovation committee meetings now, and I suspect I'm going to be sitting in on all the other operational meetings, so I certainly can bring you information. And it's going to be important to work with Allison to get schedules and notifications out there so that we can inform the public when we start roofing projects and stuff like that as to, you know, where things are going to be so that they understand as well.
So
Thank you.
the check mark in the far left column indicates that task is totally complete.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the calendar icon indicates it's forthcoming?
No, it's just the little icon that you see there is just that it's a manually input. You'll see that on most of the bold dates. It's a milestone date.
Okay.
That here's the date of the meeting that you want to have a review, or here's a special town meeting. And like I said, a lot of those dates might move a little bit, you know, based on how projects are going. You know, but if we're fed that information, we can keep it up to date for you. And you'll see, relative to your tick mark question, a little further over, there's a column that gives you sort of progress, like if something's 100% done or you're 20% through, you know, it's almost a tickler for you when you're looking at it. Well, what can we do to get to the end goal of that particular event?
This is great. Thank you very much.
Again, this is an operational tool that is, as Nigel said, I think tool is the right word, that we use, that we'll be using internally from a staff perspective in order to manage these things more of on an umbrella basis. we can certainly include it in the reports that we do. It's not something that I see us going over in detail every month.
Sure.
But certainly as things happen, we will,
Yeah.
we'll be able to track progress, if you will, along these lines. So,
Yeah.
Nigel, thank you
And
very much.
one
Yes.
more thing that I do want to comment on as well, when we're talking about all these different projects and how does the roofing fit with the MEP, Amy, your comment a little earlier on, Dwight and I are going to use this tool for looking at everything running consequentially and consistently together, rather, because if you're going to renovate something, it's good to put the new roof on first before you go spending money on the inside. So he and I are going to be using this and seeing how those dates move to try and manage the process a little bit. We might delay something just to get the roof done first. So that's one of the tools that, it's a tool that Dwight and I are going to use to sort of manage that process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is incredible information. I'm also, grateful to hear that Brad is also inputting on this too, because he knows these buildings inside and out and so well. So that's, we have our facilities director on the building, non-voting member, but advising our building committee for Beecher. And so I'm glad to see that his input is in here as well. And I also think, perhaps not with this level of detail that you're presenting to us, but maybe we need a capital improvement site on our website that not only talks about the finances, but maybe is a simple bar graph as, for completion for residents, so they can see all of the things that are happening concurrently, as well, just for information purposes.
Sounds good.
Fantastic. I'll work with Allison on doing something to that effect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Nigel,
Nigel.
thank you.
It might, depending on how close you are.
What's my bedtime? I can get going.
Mine too.
Sharon's next one.
Have a good night, Nigel.
Not next
Take
here, no, but I know.
Maybe
Our
we
next
can-
item on the agenda, no, we can't, it's special meeting. Ordinance committee update? Steve?
Yes, okay. So the ordinance committee has two items for consideration this evening that we will eventually ask for calling a public hearing for. So first, Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedure. State law allows for municipalities to impose monetary fines related to violations of zoning regulations, inland wetland regulations. However, our current ordinances do not have provisions for those monetary fines, and we felt that needed to be addressed. So the updates to the Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedure that we've proposed, so which we worked closely with Attorney Nick Bamonte on, address that current absence. And you have the draft in there in the packet. So we've unanimously recommended that we update our Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedure ordinance to allow us to impose the fines that the state allows us to impose. There's a lot of detail in there, which we could talk about, but that's the basic overview. So this is a tool that the state allows. We don't currently have it, and we believe we should.
Is there a do we have a sense for where our fines lie with regard to other communities?
So the state has limits to it.
Okay.
So we're
This is
following
following the state.
the state
Thank you.
guidance on this.
I think it's great.
Any other any questions?
Do you want to do them together or separately?
Happy-
And moving for a public hearing?
I think we should do them separately because they have to be, right? My understanding is that each of these are their own public hearing. We can have them at the same date at our next meeting, but they are separate items that we have to call for public hearings on separately.
Vote them separate.
I'll make a motion.
Yes, exactly, and they would be.
I'll make a motion that we call for a public hearing to discuss.
Chapter 15,
I'm sorry?
on this particular
On the-
Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedure.
On Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedure for our next meeting
September
on
9th.
September 9th.
Is that sufficient time legally?
I am checking.
Because
it is.
it's because we're not in a regular monthly schedule right
I
now.
believe it is. It's less than
30.
Can't be more than 30, and it can't be less than 5. So
Oh, it's the same as,
I believe so.
Similar
No, I
to
don't.
10.
I'm not sure it is actually the same as that.
that would be too
Why?
easy.
Why would it be? Yeah.
Another item for clarification in charter review.
This
I think this.
this is actually charter.
You should
actually,
keep a running list.
Oh, I am. filed with the town clerk shall cause the same to be published in the newspaper not less than 10 days prior to the date set for the hearing.
No, that's not it. And we're
So we've got to get
That's-
newspaper
she's got
notice
newspaper
out
notice.
for these public hearings at least 10 days in advance.
Which could be a little tough to do with the weekend. I mean, she'd have to get it done by
by
Friday.
Friday.
This Friday.
Yeah.
Do you think
Notice
that's
has to be in the
reasonable?
paper at least 10 days before.
Correct.
So you think she has to notify?
So should it be for our special meeting on the 23rd?
I think
Oh,
these.
no, 'cause
I think we
it's-
can, I think we can,
I think
I
the
think we
fif-
can pull it off, only because it's a phone call. Basically, it's a, contact with the New Haven Register in this case.
Why don't we say for September 9th or as soon thereafter, accords with whatever provision
Based on
you're
our
citing.
ability. I would like to set it for
Right,
September
so you're
9th,
covered just in case she,
contingent upon our ability to provide the appropriate,
Well, if notice doesn't get provided, then we'd have to, we would be able to do it.
I'm just saying this is, it's
Good point.
for
So for the-
September 9th or as soon thereafter, then we can just move it automatically to the 23rd, if that's the
is that
motion.
Well, we
a
would do it
valid?
again.
Yeah,
Alright.
you could frame it that
That's
way.
what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is for September
September
9th or as soon thereafter as accords with, Name the-
Section 4-5
Aaliyah.
of the charter.
This is one of
There we
those
go.
areas where you have to get this very specific, okay? So, all right,
So wait, should we repeat that? Because it was a little disjointed.
I'm making a motion that we call for a public hearing for Chapter 15 citation notice Chapter 15 citation notice and hearing procedures on September 9th or as soon thereafter as is,
as accords with, he's got it like.
as accords with our charter requirements.
Yeah, that's sufficient. Yeah, okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any additional questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Next one.
Next is an update to our Emergency Medical Services Commission ordinance. We actually began this process in 2024 and talked about it at the board level, but did not refer it to a public hearing to actually update it. So thank you to the Emergency Medical Services Commission for your patience on this and bringing it back to our attention so that we can move it forward. The essence of this is the ordinance is being updated to reflect what the commission is actually doing, as opposed to what it was doing a long time ago. So it's some simple language in there to reflect the changes over time, the work of our commission.
Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion that we call for a public hearing for September 9th for the Emergency Medical Services Commission ordinance, or if not September 9th, as soon thereafter as is allowed by our charter.
Second.
Any additional questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that are of question or concern?
Yes, when I looked at it, the meeting minutes were for a meeting of which I was not a participant. I believe it was a subcommittee. Wasn't it personnel? At least, those may have been, this was from a couple of days ago.
Personnel committee draft minutes.
Yeah, so I think that has have to be taken up separately, because some of us are not on the personnel committee. We can't vote on it.
Understood? Oh, you can just not vote on it.
Yeah,
No,
or
we can't vote on the,
abstain.
we can't vote it
You
as
can
part of the
vote on the
consent
other
agenda.
two. I mean, I could move to approve the tax
Oh, I see.
refunds and the town property use requests.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Any questions or comments on those? All in favor?
So the personnel committee minutes were extracted.
Yeah,
We're
and
just,
those-
we're just taking them off and we
They
will
would
put
be
them on for
taken
the
up by
next.
the next
We would take it up at
the
the next
personnel
meeting.
committee.
At the next personnel committee meeting. Okay. Next item on the agenda.
Sharon.
Sharon. The next item on the commission, on the agenda is our Conservation Commission Forestry Grant. And Sharon Ducat is here from our Conservation Commission to discuss it. This item covers the grant that the Conservation Committee has been working to submit, and they would like a letter and a resolution from the Board of Selectmen that is in our packet for them to be able to move forward. or for us to include in the package that will be submitted.
Exactly.
So,
Well
did
said.
you want to tell us anything in regards to it?
I don't know if you've read, there's a little 50-word
Summary.
summary that I could read. And then there's a, like Mika said, there's a resolution letter and a letter, the town letter for non-development and responsible stewardship of the Fitzgerald property.
If you
And-
could read the summary, that'd be great.
Yeah, so the Fitzgerald Property Forest Resilience Project will enhance the forest health and promote community understanding of sustainable forest management. Thinning, patch cuts, field edge feathering, and invasive plant control will diversify forest structures, enrich species composition, and improve wildlife habitat. Information sessions, signage, and forest walks will engage the public and educate the public. So this is a up to $150,000 grant that doesn't have any matching requirements per the grant. It's a competitive grant, and it's I think very apt for the Fitzgerald property because there are invasive plants growing. There's a core forest, which is I think I've talked this about, is a valuable forest, but the understory is being diminished by deer browsing and invasives, which is preventing the regeneration of the next generation of this forest as effectively as possible. So we decided that this would be a good place to put this possibility of a grant. It will require education because parts of it will not look as pristine as they have before, and that is not included in the grant. So that's part of the commitment of really helping this forest be a healthy forest in the future, because it is suffering like so many forests are in Connecticut.
The advantage, though, is the Woodruff Park Association has already undertaken
Right.
this effort.
Yes, we
and,
have a great-
and the education that goes with it. So I
Exactly.
think this will
We
not
have the
be
template, we have,
a shock to people.
you just move the signs, no?
Yeah.
I know that the Alice Newton trails.
Yes.
In that area there that we've done it, and it is, yeah, I think part of the education is just letting people know as they're passing by that this isn't
Yeah.
something that's
Yeah, so I think
been
we'll
left
have to work on
to,
signage, and there'll be some continued invasive management. I mean, it should be done on all our land, from my perspective, but it's a focal point, and we're developing some better technologies and some better ways of doing it, and we'll learn from these guys so that, and I'm hoping that our public works people gain some more understanding through this process too, so it's more efficient.
certainly appreciate the efforts and feel it's very worthwhile, so thank you.
Great. Okay, so
I can move for authorize Mika to sign, it's a letter and a resolution that should be submitted with the grant application, and it all has to be submitted by August 31st, so it's under a very tight deadline.
Yes.
And the resolutions are required for the grant. Is that
There's-
my
I
understanding?
think you made a motion, yes?
Yes, I said the letter and
Second.
the
Okay.
resolution.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Apologies.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
That's quite all right. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Just a question about submission, understanding, I think Tony does not work on Monday, the 31st?
I'm talking to Scott.
Okay,
I got tagged in today.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll
So
be meeting
all
tomorrow.
good,
Okay, you can wear another hat.
We're ready.
Yeah, we're
It'll
meeting
be-
tomorrow afternoon if possible.
It'll be signed tomorrow. So,
I think
You should recuse,
recuse
yes.
is the right term, because
Abstain. You
this
can
is a deep, is it recuse or abstain?
In this instance, it's recusing.
Okay, I'm recusing. So does that mean I could stay in the room?
Just
Yeah,
stop
no, we
talking.
just-
Okay. Okay.
so, all right, there's been a motion and a second, and there's
Not so
no,
subtle legal advice.
is there any other
Got to the
discussion?
point, though, right? It's late.
All in favor? And there is one recusal. Andrea
you.
will recuse.
This is very exciting.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
know it's a huge amount
I
of
hope
work.
you got
and
something
thank
out
you
of
especially
staying
to
here for the rest of
Thank
the
you, Ben Carlson. He's
Yeah.
done
Yes.
a huge
Ben
amount of
Carlson,
heavy
please
lifting.
thank Bank from my
Yeah.
perspective too. I do know that he's been calling, so I know
Yes.
he's done a lot of.
Yeah, he has.
Thank you.
And thank you for your
support.
patience here tonight during our.
Very industrious meeting.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the CCW Master Plan, our EOI update. Wanted to make the board aware of the RFEOI that we've drafted and are prepared to, we are getting ready to send out for, and again, just to make sure folks are aware, the RFEOI is a request for expression of interest, generally referred to as an RFEI, so it doesn't throw me off. And this is specifically, the difference between this and an RFP is we're not asking for specific, specific plans and specific pricing. What we're looking for is to identify partners who are interested in working with us on the concepts that we've put together for what we're looking for. My intent is to make sure that particularly the land use commissions are all aware of it, what we're doing, and also then to put it out to general distribution. So it is something I'd like to see us move on quickly so that we can begin the process in identifying specifically identifying the parties we may want to work with.
So, Mika, I'm a little confused because it's really not clear to me with respect to the CCW master plan where it was vis-a-vis the Board of Selectmen at the time. And I know from the public perspective, I had, as a resident, some concern about calling out assisted living as an option because I'm very familiar, having had my father-in-law and still having my father in one of the assisted living facilities in town, that we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't want to bring in more assisted living than our community can support. So I'm just a little concerned about some of the language in here and whether or not it actually is appropriate at this point, or whether our Board of Selectmen should at least have a chance to discuss it before it goes out.
We can discuss it right now, sure.
Great, because I have lots of things to discuss.
I'm curious, can you talk about how and who this goes out to? So you're saying this is going to go out. How do you identify who you're sending? In what way is this being communicated? Who is it being directed to? Putting it on our website is something, but I imagine there are partners who maybe have already said, or potential people who have already said, hey, I see that you're doing this, maybe we want to know.
True.
But we might identify from other projects that have happened in the state, in the region. I'm curious how that process is.
It's, I look for assistance from our Council of Governments and the town leaders in our Council of Governments who have worked with different partners in regard to different projects. And we try to identify, and I look to identify, and I have identified a few in regards to partners that they've worked with and seem to be consistent with what we're kind of looking to do here. There have been a number of developers who have called and said, hey, we'd like to do something at the country club, as has been the case for a number of years. And kind of put them on hold until such time as we get something out like this so that we can do it. In addition to our websites, there are also professional websites that COG recommends that we can also put it on, and it's really through work with others who have gone through a similar process that we identify others. We right now trying to see if there's any national type sites that we can include this on, so as to attract potential developers who might do things a little bit differently, like they're net zero in terms of how they approach the buildings and things of that nature. So it's through a number of different venues and contacts that we do that, Steve.
And Scott, my understanding from your experiences, you've had projects like this in your past.
Yep.
I'm guessing you've talked with Scott.
Yeah, Mika and I have talked quite a bit about it, and I've already had two companies that do development that own their properties. They're not a development firm that they come in, develop, and then quickly turn and sell. They actually hold, and they've already reached out to me saying, hey, when is this coming out? Would be interested in knowing more about it.
We've already, we're dealing right now with LISC, as was mentioned earlier. We're dealing with LISC. We're dealing, the developer for Lascana, for example, has expressed an interest that I'm you know, obviously it's somebody who would, but it's exactly like along those lines.
So is there a timeline, and if something went out, if you were just over a period of a few weeks be putting out this RFEI, how long do you expect to take for a turnaround for things to start coming in?
That can really depend. Some of it's going to depend on the, you know, financial time and the strength of the developer for their, you know, their finances and stuff like that. But realistically, you could probably see something in the first 3 to 5 weeks as interest coming in, and then depending on how you're going to go through the process of, you know, entertaining those dialogues, then, you know, that'll dictate the schedule from there. You know, it depends on how, you know, the Board of Selectmen want to proceed with this overall plan.
Yeah, right now it doesn't have a deadline, it just has TBD on it.
Sure.
It's a draft.
Yeah, and I don't know if you ever want to put a fixed deadline, because that, if somebody looks at it and says, well, I can't possibly respond, then they walk away. I mean, you may not want to, you know, you're kind of opening up Wood Bridge as
Can't you say rolling or something?
You could, or, I mean, you're really opening up Woodbridge as an open house. You know, you're trying to say this country club is an open house. Come check it out. Show us that you're interested in it, and bring your creative ideas to the table, because, you know, you're looking for something special. That's a special piece of property, and looking to do something special there.
And your capabilities and credentials, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, and the other thing is, and what we did in where I worked before, we actually did some national trips, because the firm that was doing some of the projects was a national firm, and at the time, the only place that they had available for us to look for was in Arizona, and we saw wonderful pictures.
Yeah, I
but-
should be so lucky.
But some leadership, I was unlucky not to be on the leadership to go out there. I stayed back and supported from the office, but some of the leadership went out to Arizona and actually went through the facilities and got to touch the material. You know, it's like you see a picture and it's like, is that brick or is that, you know, fake brick? You know, they actually got out there and saw the product and were very impressed with it. So that's kind of a process that you could go through.
So lastly, before I know that you both have questions, my understanding, we're hearing expression of interest. This doesn't obligate anything. This is just hearing from potential firms, developers, interested parties to see what their visions might be. But putting this out there does not obligate us to do anything or respond to anything. I mean, obviously, we'd want to be respectful and acknowledging someone who put something forward, but just for the town and people understanding this is not an obligatory process. Doesn't lock us into anything.
In regards to others who have done it, what they've done is they've narrowed it down to 3 to 5, and they've then put in they've gotten the input, identified what they really are looking to do, and then maybe put an RFP or an RFQ even out from that perspective. To just kind of narrow it down.
I think, though, from the sensitivity of the town, and the fact there was enormous public input in the process, I think it would be helpful to not do all of this late at night, but to have some opportunity where there's public comment, maybe at our September 9th meeting, where people could weigh in if they wanted to. And meanwhile, we could compare this document to the master plan, because I haven't done it yet. I can tell you, some things off the top of my head I'm pleased with, some I have concerns about. I mean, as I said, I am concerned about specifically calling out assisted living, because we have already 2 in town, and 3.
3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really tired.
The one where your father is,
Yes.
and next to, or across to.
Oh,
and
that's
then-
a nursing home. That's different. That's why. Excuse me. That's why I call it different.
Okay.
That's Willows is a
And
nursing
then the
home.
one near
It's a different
Brookside.
category under Medicare.
Yeah. So is the one near
I'm sorry. I know these things.
No, they are different.
But there are 2 assisted living facilities. Yes, and Linden.
Yes, Linden.
Coachman Square under their current names, but I just think we need to be. So I'm a little concerned about the specificity that's in here right now. And if anything, I mean, I'm happy to see a boutique inn, but there may be other commercial opportunities there, and as was noted, we need to increase our commercial base.
As Scott indicated, it's asking folks to come in with their ideas, which may include or may not include what we specifically have on there, and identifying if it's something that we want to consider.
But to what extent do these things actually align with exactly what was in the master plan? That's what I'm asking.
The master plan took into consideration, and they did a market analysis as relates to the dollars and the viability, the financial viability of an assisted living facility. In other words, they considered whether or not that's something that could be viable in our town, based on the market. In other words, is there a market for what we're looking to put there? So that includes what's in the master plan, and this RFEI is a cover, if you will, or is attached, the master plan is attached to this. So anybody who gets the RFEI gets the master plan, because it's indicating that this is what we've come up with as conceptually what the concepts along the lines of what we're looking for. It also gives some of the options we looked at, so they understand that these are, this isn't just one thing that we go along with, or that we decided to do. And then it asks them to come in and let's talk and see what you have to offer.
Because, I mean, as an example, when we were having the public forum, the last one before the master plan, anything on Ansonia Road, I talked to the architect, he said it was going to be 2,000 square feet. I'm very happy to see it's 1,000 here, but, I mean, is that what's in the master plan, that it's
Yes,
1,000 square feet?
They're small units, yes.
Okay, which is good, because I've read an article as a senior that seniors like even 800 square feet,
Yes.
but it is really interesting. So, okay, I'm glad it's only 1,000 square feet.
I have several thoughts on this. For 9:52 p.m., I'm not sure how much we want to get into this right now, because I have quite specific text-related questions and suggestions, and I would really sincerely appreciate the opportunity to almost take a step back and have a little bit of a broader and more holistic conversation. I was frankly surprised when I saw CCW to see it be an RFEI and not an update on the SCROG intern project that we were introduced to the last time CCW was on our agenda. And there's a lot detailed in our year one implementation plan that I have not seen considered or addressed outside of the SCROG intern for the community buy-in piece, which I don't think was ever brought to fruition, or I don't know. So I would appreciate an update on that. B, I have very, very strong concerns rooted in several things about this approach to, this being the first approach to implementing this plan that, despite you calling it approved, was not approved. I don't want to waste time talking about that.
We're not implementing a plan. We're looking for a partner.
This is part of year one implementation. It was detailed on page 48 under the private development section of year one. There is also community access and programming, land stewardship, and policy and planning steps for year one. So the land stewardship and community access and programming has not been discussed meaningfully or tackled in any meaningful way by us whatsoever. And my fear, by starting with the private development in such a way, despite this not obligating anything, is that we are poising and positioning the town of Woodbridge to have, how I view it, the tail wagging the dog. We are having the developers, prospective developers, define or inform our overlay zoning as this is written, which I take huge issue and concern with. There are the objectives and guiding principles omit a lot of the land stewardship pieces. There aren't considerations of buffers between the development and the open space, and I just don't understand why we're not first pursuing the conservation easement, the invasive control, and the community buy-in.
We
we are in desperate need of revenue. This offers us an opportunity for revenue. If we don't get it started, we don't realize that at any given point in time. So there, please.
It's hard to have a conversation at the community level with residents without knowing what's
Real potentials.
what the possibilities.
Excuse me, isn't that the whole purpose of the plan? We have all these possibilities laid out in the plan. This is one
if anyone's
piece.
interested in that's
We do
what's within
know,
the plan.
most people are interested in the conservation easement. We do know
She
that.
means what other,
You don't know what ideas are out there within the context of the plan. The plan represents things that are possible, but you don't know if there's any developers or
Okay, I understand your
interest
point.
in
And that's a good
actually-
point.
Right, like,
Yeah.
an inn sounds lovely. We don't know if anybody wants to build an inn.
I appreciate that.
Or if
You
the
know,
market
so-
could handle
so
one.
what
It's
I
not
would
fair- It's
appreciate
not fair
if-
to residents to
if
kind of
the-
float in all of that without knowing what's realistic.
I do
and
get
then
that.
let people
However,
have input on if those things are what we want to see
so then
there.
I would want to take pen to paper, as I have done here,
With highlighter too.
with highlighter two, after rewatching the previous Board of Selectmen's presentation, July 2025 final plan presentation, and the discussion of the RFEI, there are components that Mike said in that meeting that we should strongly consider integrating into the RFEI. I'm not gonna add the O. It's just too much. But I would like the opportunity before this is distributed, even to commissions, to first let us provide input and make some adjustments so we can achieve the goal that Lauren framed whilst not putting us at risk of achieving our other goals detailed in this plan. And by making sure we capture the advice that was given, that I think some was sound by Mike in that July 2025 discussion. I can go on and give some specific examples, but again, it's 10 p.m. and
What I would suggest is that you send me the information that you send it to Scott and myself both, that you've put together. We'll take a look at it and I will schedule something accordingly based on our, well,
Yeah,
it's,
I think
we can have another
should be
discussion with the board.
Yeah.
That's certainly not an issue. Please understand, this is something that I fully intend to move forward with in the near term to address some of the concerns that we have. So I'm happy to take input like I have from the staff already, and we'll go from there. So this is the presenting it to the board for discussion. So that's,
yes, I just wasn't sure based on how the agenda was framed if this was our only opportunity, because as I said, and I hope you can respect this, Mika, you know how much, particularly I, but all of us care about this topic, how hard we have all worked to bring meaningful stewardship, in however you define that, to the country club and see action taken there. We have had very few follow-up meetings about the plan since we've received it, and this is a big first step that needs to be done in consideration of the land stewardship goals, I strongly believe. And I would advocate that the townspeople would believe that also.
Well, yeah, and to that end, I would like to see that since it does contemplate conservation as it's supposed to, I think there should be for the trust issues in the town, there should be a parallel conversation with our land trusts in town saying, look, this is going out, this includes a large component to be permanently conserved. We need you to be working, while we wait for these, we need you to be working on what is your proposal for a conservation easement.
We've indicated in the past that we feel that a conservation easement would be appropriate on a portion of the country club. I've indicated from the time that I'm sitting in the seat that that's one of the things that we would consider. I've asked conservation on numerous occasions to spearhead that effort and identify information. So
I'm not going to wait anymore. It's really what it boils down to. At this point in time, I want to take action so that we can constructively do something on the country club. I will absolutely take input, and I will absolutely follow the appropriate, inappropriate process. But I'm not starting over.
I'm not
And
suggesting
so-
you start off, or I'm starting a parallel conversation, so no people
We've had the
understand that you're not
conversations.
only having conversation about development, but also about conservation. The
I-
two go hand in hand in terms of a final disposition.
Had the conversation,
This
and
is-
we'll continue to have the
I
conversation.
think it's important, people
So,
need to hear it.
And
Otherwise, they won't trust it.
Yeah, and to that end, year
We don't
one.
need agita in this town, we got enough.
Year one has, 4 different categories of implementation, and to Andrea's point, which I wholeheartedly agree with, is that we also need to be engaging those other parts, just like our Scroggin turn had talked about, and to get people to engage in that land, especially people that have moved into town that are not as familiar with it, and to bring up the next agenda item and sort of tie that together. Some of those goals are in that strategic plan that we have, and I think one of the first steps, as soon as we can work through that and get a plan that this board is comfortable with, is going out to those boards and commissions and partners in town and talking about how these goals are priorities for this Board of Selectmen, and that we need to start implementing all 4 parts of this year one implementation. But I think we kind of need consensus from the board that those priorities on the strategic plan are that everyone is comfortable with that, and then I think, Amy, we can start coming up with a plan to go to these boards and commissions and partners in town and talk about how we can work together to get through, as much as we can, the other 3 parts of engaging with this property and engaging with this land, because I think that they're all important. But this is also, to sort of, I think we've all been talking in circles, and this, since I've moved to town, I think the town has been talking in circles about what could be done. I think the EIO.
BINGO.
I've already messed up dates so far. The 9th is our Board of Selectmen meeting. I think it's important to understand, our consultants did some work on a market analysis. It is important to understand, even building off that market analysis, as Lauren pointed out, who's interested, what is possible, so we can kind of stop talking in circles about what
Absolutely.
if, and have like, hey, so and so might actually be interested. But to your point, Andrea, all of these things should be happening at the same time, and I think that we've tried to tie in some of these to, if not all of them, into the strategic plan that we have for the next 18 months, and I think that once we have consensus on that, we need a plan for going out and, engaging our partners in that.
Well,
So
yeah.
happy to accept I'm happy to accept the board's input on the document that's why it's there.
Yeah.
Please provide it.
But
Scott and I will review it.
and we'll have another opportunity to
It
discuss.
will be on the agenda again on another meeting.
Thank you.
Okay?
I really appreciate that.
Any other comments?
I do just have a question.
Shoot.
Somewhere in here, I can't remember the page, it specified that a developer can do one or the other zones, not necessarily both.
Correct.
How does that work? Like, what if someone submits for both, but you like one of one more? Like, just logistically, I'm a little confused by that.
That's a process. In other words, I don't think I fully understand your question, because if somebody wants to do both and we feel that their proposal is the best proposal, they do both.
Well, what if you like
Then-
D2, but
then-
not D1?
Then we talk to them, we discuss.
And you can talk to both?
Yes, the whole, and that's why I say,
Okay.
this is a selection of a partner who understands, hey, this, you know what, this is great for here, but what you got proposed here is just not gonna work for us.
Okay.
And that's part of the process and the discussion.
Yeah,
So-
and so if only one, let's say, one zone is appropriate, then at a later time, we can discuss ensuring, if we do this again for the second zone, that aesthetically, architecturally,
We can do that
They're
right from the
aligned.
get-go, correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
'Cause I
And that's-
hate
that's
to
an important
see,
element, obviously, if I don't realize anything else, I understand that value to the
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
And it's part of what will be included in here, so.
Okay. I will get you these comments by Monday.
And anyone else, please, feel free.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is our Police Renovation Building Committee member update, and the reason for this is that Scott is now our administrative officer. He's operations. Building committees and things of that nature are operations. What I wanted to actually discuss is, and initially we were thinking, let's just add Scott to the list of non-voting members. But the reality of the situation is Scott will be a member, a non-voting member on virtually all of the building committees that we have. So to that end, if the board is agreeable, my feeling is let's vote to include Scott on all of the building committees as a non-voting member on all of the building committees so that we don't have to individually name him on each one. Similar to what we've done in the past with Tony to some extent, or I'm considered ex officio, which is the only difference. If he was ex officio, it would be no problem. But in this case, I feel like the board should agree that that's the tack we want to take, or we can do each one individually, either one. But in this case, obviously, I'd like Scott to be included in this particular building committee and any other that the town is putting on.
As a voting member or?
Non-voting member. Non-voting
So
member.
for tonight's purpose, because the agenda only says the police renovation building committee,
Yeah.
we could include him on that officially, but it seems like this also may be part of a job description or a charter, or, that this position would be a member naturally, as part of the job.
That may be the way to approach
Can
it.
you just do a friendly amendment of the agenda?
Not because
not
it's a
because it's a
special
special
meeting.
Oh,
we
that's right, I
can't.
forgot to that special.
Gets us every time.
So, with that in mind, I've
10
explained what
after
I'm
10, I
looking to
forgot we're
ultimately,
special all of a sudden.
and I'd like to make a motion that Scott be included as a non-voting member on the Police Renovation Building Committee.
So moved.
Thank you, that's fine.
Oh, second. I'm sorry.
Second. So is there any questions or any comments on that? All in favor? Thank you. And then we will discuss any additional matters at another time. Next item on our agenda is the adoption of the strategic plan. I'll ask do we want to go into this right now?
We make a motion to adopt the strategic plan.
I will just let everyone know that the substance is the same as was presented in June or July. It was just making sure things were numbered appropriately and some grammatical changes. But the substance is the same as what was previously presented. If that helps.
There's a motion.
Amy, is there anything to add?
No, and it also went through, we did ask for public comment, so, which was helpful.
And so you received public
We
comment?
received some public comment.
That's
We
great.
inputted, yeah.
Thank you for doing
So
that.
Steve, would you like to make that motion
We
again?
make the motion that we adopt the Board of Selectmen strategic plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you for your work on this, Maria and Amy.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And Mika was in
So,
when he
when I
be.
could.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah.
credit to the two of you. All in favor? Thank you. Here's one more item on our
Wait, and
agenda.
I'm sorry, I do just have a question. Can we refer back to this,
Periodically?
yeah, more routinely than we did in the last term?
Yes, I think, and we can talk about this at our next strategic planning meeting, but I think, the next step will be identifying some of our partners
Okay.
in some of these plans, like other boards and commissions, community partners, making a schedule for going out and speaking to them, and then, I can speak to Allison, our communications director, about putting a tab on the website for strategic plan as well. And in addition to making note of it on our agenda, but so this should go up to the town, so the town understands that this was the adopted draft and can keep tabs on us as well.
Okay, thank you.
I know we voted on it. We're referring to it as a strategic plan. We were talking about referring to it as a work plan. Is there any
I think I
consideration?
came up with strategic work plan, but
I think that's what's on there.
Okay.
On the,
We're adopting it, but it says that the document's called that.
yeah,
Okay.
and the reason is because one of our comments from the public is it's really not a strategic plan, it's more of a work plan. So we said, okay,
It's more
this
like
is
an act,
strategic
yeah.
work plan.
yeah, and that's what it's titled in this draft, is
Thank
strategic
you.
work plan.
That was good
Thank you.
feedback, yeah.
Yeah, it was helpful.
Any other comments? I will call for motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
everyone.